All right. Friday night. I'm trying to turn a honey into a honey syrup. I think I spilled some. Yeah, I did. God damn it. Sticky spot on my pants, and not the fun kind. Hello, Strictly Sega. How you doing? Is this ASMR? Don't know what that's going to sound like for the microphone. Oh, I think I got it now. Honey syrup. This honey had candied. I'm using it as a syrup. Okay, so yes, this is my phone. Yeah, I'm going to do the usual. Start the Friday night. That's what I thought it was going to sound like. No big speakers, just the laptop. That's okay. I mean, honestly, it sounds like a fapping sound effect to me. So I thought that's what it sounded like on the microphone. All right, I'm going to do my normal party starter, or stream starter for that matter. Do a cocktail. And I did decide ahead of time what I was going to do. Do the long one first. That's what she said. And I have arbitrarily decided to do one called Anchor Heart. Actually, I should look up. Oh no, it's just for some stupid competition. Geneva. Ooh, now, just I was going to say a thing. Oh yes, no, cocktail video. Yeah, no, I'm double tasking. I will do more cocktails than cocktail videos tonight because I might do 2 cocktail videos. I will do more than 2 cocktails. What the fuck? The insistence of these fucks things. Oh yeah, absolutely planning on getting Tim Smith tonight. No two ways about it. But okay. Difford's Guide. Oh wait. I'm just checking that I've got this right. This cocktail is in a style that's called a daisy. Yes, okay. Sour cocktail sweetened with liqueur. I was right. I just sometimes like to double check that I'm not about to say something profoundly stupid. Sorry, what was a bad start to the day? I think I've missed something. But yes, okay, I'm going to make. All right, the presidential election. Not good, not good. Yeah, no, that was not good. What's funny is some fairly mainstream voices started saying Biden should dip out. Fuck yes, he should. It's a fucking travesty pretending his brain's not turning to pudding. Has this got bitters in it? No, it does not have bitters in it. So the bitters can go in. It does have a Geneva. Where is my Geneva? Oh no. Beeswax and olive gin. Man, I've got some fancy shit here. Where is my Jennifer? There it is. That's it, Jennifer. Next to it, Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, Jennifer. Orange liqueur. Heated whiskey. Talisker 10-year-old. Lemon juice, honey syrup, foamer, and saline. Okay. Is that the one to phone? Okay. Oh. Gets stuck. It's sticky. All right, so getting all these things ready. Get ready. Here I come. Lemon juice. Got a huge fucking amount. I squeezed like a kilo of lemons and they were very juicy. They're on special in the supermarket. All right, now I'm going to get ready. Oh no, the real tragedy of tornadoes, all the ice cream destroyed. God damn. The human cost. The tornado season in the US still freaks me out, but that's a thing. We talk about bushfire season, but we rarely have anything as devastating as those tornadoes. Those tornadoes happen every year. It does my head in. Okay, where's this? The bottles rattle a little bit less. Right, I want this to come around here. Get ready, 'cause here I come now. Oh, nice. $80 on the 80% off Steam sale. Retail therapy. I would accept I freaking never game anymore. I've got a bunch of stuff. Okay, so I've got no ice. Motherfucker. Right. Okay. I forgot to get my ice for cocktail making. What an idiot. All right. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I feel very silly not having that ice. But I'm back. Ah. All right. I've been a little bit. Okay. So this is going to be. Wait, these are both shaken? Pantheon. Yep. They're both shaken. Fuck it. Gonna have to rinse my cocktail shaker between takes. That's okay. Right. Okay. Okay. After all that faffing about, what's that? 10 minutes of faffing about. Am I ready to do this? All right. Oh. This here. Sir, Miss Jackson, I am for reals. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I am several fish and not a guy. Okay. Do it. 20 mils of faaaaarrrrrked. Lemon juice. 15 mils. Honey syrup. Right, making the tapping noise again. Five mils of peated whiskey. Couple of drops of wonder. Okay. 3 drops of saline. All right, all right. Okay. That's all of that. Let's do the scoop. Okay. Get some ice, get some ice. It's time for us to get some ice. All right, all right. But that's the way you are. Almost started doing it without turning the camera on. Silly goose. Wait, what it is. really closing up the box. Probably in it. Looking mighty foamy. Oh, you fucking bitch. 5-second rule. Okay, well, that's that made. Just thinking about royal jelly. Okay. Okay. All right, I'll do that. Ready? G'day, cocktail lovers. This is called an anchor heart. It is in the daisy family of cocktails. The most famous of the daisies is probably the margarita. If you're not sure what that is, a daisy is essentially, it's a quite old style of cocktail. It's a sour cocktail with additional sweetness from a fruit liqueur. In the margarita, that's some orange liqueur. It's also orange liqueur in this one, but a very different spirit base going into it. I'm just going to give it a quick taste before I run you through some of the ingredients. And it is a little bit reminiscent of margarita, actually, but very much its own thing. Oh, and it's just a little bit of smokiness here. Spoiler alert, there's some peated whiskey in here. Really like how they're just coming together. Let me run you through the ingredients. The base spirit in this is Geneva, and that is an older style of spirit. It's actually the precursor to gin. It's a more malty base, and the English really got into it. It was a Dutch drink, and eventually the English did their own variation, neutral spirit based, that we come to know and love as gin. And Geneva as a name is one of those things protected under EU rules. It can only come from certain areas. This is an Australian version of it. I think it's a noisy vehicle going past. Yes, there is, definitely. That microphone will pick it up. It's from the Never Never Distillery, one of their dark series. This is some of their more experimental limited releases. And because they can't call it Jennifer, they cheekily call it Jennifer, as in the girl's name, which I think is quite cute. But it's actually really good. I got it because all their other limited releases have been very good. But now I have this, I don't need to go searching for Jennifer, which is actually quite hard to get in Australia. As I mentioned, it does have an orange liqueur as well. I'm going to use my homemade blood orange liqueur, which is lasting me quite a while and is very tasty. I'm quite enjoying this. In terms of taste, this probably is a bit more like Grand Marnier. I get a little cognac vibe from it, even though there's no cognac in it. It's an Everclear equivalent, Polish spiritus, like 95% alcohol. I used to extract the flavor and color from blood orange peel, and then a whole bunch of mixing and diluting because I can't have that strong. It's probably still considerably stronger than the average liqueur, but it's really tasty. And I'm going to use this. And there's just a bar spoon of peated whiskey. I'm using a Talisker 10-year-old because that's the only peated scotch I have. And it's interesting, just that 5 mils is really noticeable from the aroma to the taste. I love when you bring a drink up and you just get a little waft of smokiness. Not overpowering, but it's there, and I quite like it. Let me show you how to make it. In a shaker, we put 1 1/3 ounces or 40 mils of Genoa, then 2/3 of an ounce or 20 mils of orange liqueur, 1/2 an ounce or 15 mils of lemon juice, 1/3 of an ounce or 10 mils of honey syrup, just around a bar spoon or 5 mils of peated whiskey. And then we want to foam it. You could use egg white, aquafaba. I'm doing a couple of drops of Wonder Foam. And to make the flavors pop, I'm adding 3 drops of saline solution. And I did shaker. I'm shaking this longer than I normally would a shaken cocktail because I want it really foamy, about 20 seconds worth of shaking. And then I'm going to strain it into a chilled coupe. And for a garnish, I'm going to spritz some orange oil over it and just put a coin of orange peel on the foam. Given this is a very similar makeup to a margarita, if you like margaritas, I think you'd appreciate this as an experiment. It's got quite a different flavor profile. Geneva and tequila, not very close flavor-wise at all, but I really like how this has come together. And particularly if you like mezcal in your margarita, just that little bit of peated whiskey has given it that smoky edge. And I think it works really well. And you might enjoy trying it. Let me know if you do. And hey, do take care of yourself wherever you are. I do hope to see you again soon. Until I do see you again, I will say cheers. Okay. Now I'm going to sit down for a while and drink this drink and have a proper chat for a while. And I probably will do one more short video. But, you know, who knows? I'm still 3 months ahead. Okie dokie. How are we going, kids? Oh, yeah, strictly say, you have to tell me what you actually got in the Steam sale, by the way. I'm just going to enjoy my little creamy drink. Probably get it. It always like settles a bit in your shaker and then you can get a bit more drinky. Waste not, want not. That's what I say. Every little drop of the precious booze counts. Ah, there we go. All right. Looks a lordy. Mm. Do 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 do. Ooh, you know what I should do? I should give myself a cherry, just because I deserve it. Where did I put the cherry jar? It's there. Ah. Do 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 do. Giving myself a soundtrack. Hey, first time. I think that is a good omen. Going to have a good night because I successfully skewered a cherry on my first attempt. I think that is a sign, a portent. Things coming up Millhouse. That's the way you are. Oh yeah, your son's moved in and you're made of stress. I can see those two being directly related. Yes. Oh, are we talking about the really old song? That all right, baby, that's the way you are. That's the way you are. Hello, Hannah. Men can be controlled with snacks. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, we are thinking of the same one. Haha. All right. You got a story I can tell, Hannah. You're genuinely mad over something. Seems like too easy of a solution. All right. You're going to have to tell us what that's all about. Yes, I was. Just the all right, all right. Yeah, weird shit gets stuck in my head and it just comes out. As the actress said to the bishop. Not sure that makes any sense. Ooh. Ooh, a Montana club. Oh, that's right. Okay. I want to do a whole thing on Difford's got this thing that's like 6 different cocktails all called the Montana or Montana Club. Dating the first ones date back to 1900. Montana Club Martini. Gin Vermouth. So you had a cut on your cheek, got massively infected, golf ball size hard lump, the point being able to see it without looking down. Damn. 2 rounds of antibiotics before able to see your regular GC. He said, before I give you more, Dettol antibacterial bar soap. Wash your face with it for a week. Bar soap on your face. Skincare sin number 1. Spend thousands trying to clear up your skin. Didn't want to mess that up. I'm guessing it worked though. Even though that's a skincare no-no. Did it anyway. Worked so well, cleared your skin better than thousands of dollars skincare in 2 days. God damn. Hard. It's like happy that it worked, but hard to be happy that it worked. So Strictly Sega in the sales, you got Hospital Tycoon, Grid Legends, Battlefield 2042, Need for Speed Unbound, PGA Tour, Factorio. Lots of stuff. That is a lot for $80. Justin, I watched little grabs of the debate, and yes, it was awful. Fucking $1.50 bar of soap worked better in less than a week than multiple dermatologist prescriptions done in years. Dang. Oh, I tell you what I learned. Okay, is a more mundane. I guess it's a skincare thing. Like there's the whole thing about uh, do you soap up your arms and legs in the shower, or do you just wash your pits and bits, and the runoff's going to get your arms and legs. I was a lifelong runoff or get it person. Unless I'd actually been in mud or something, I had to be washed off. But here's the thing: getting older, and my skin was drying out a bit, and I was getting these dry, flaky bits that were getting irritated, and I couldn't stop myself from scratching them. So I started using like a non-soap wash, like QV shower wash, and so I thoroughly do my arms and legs with that now, and all the dryness went away. And so I've gone most of my life never um, scrubbing my arms and legs in the shower, and now I do, but with a non-soap thing. So yeah, I thought yes, this Luigi does Factorio too. Abigail, you've got over 3,000 hours racked up on it. Damn, that seems like a good game for obsessive people. Oh, that's right. We did talk about that guy who reckons um, Biden is ahead. I'm not sure if he's actually said he believes Biden will win. He has said Biden's ahead by his measures, but who knows? I think trying to predict it is a mug's game, essentially. There's too many variables. Um, Regardless of how people set themselves up as experts, no one's doing better than a blind guess because it's just all over the fucking shop. Why did Biden get in the first time? Because Trump's so fucking awful. An enormous number of people who don't normally vote were galvanized into voting to not have Trump. That could happen again. I mean, yes, the hardcore Trumpies are absolutely full on psycho whatnot, but if you say, and it is fair to say, roughly 50% of the US voting population tends to vote Republican, and roughly 50% tends to vote Democrat. It comes down to who's the most motivated to get out. And the hardcore fringe, they're only 30% of the voting public. The other 20% can easily be turned off Trump. Hannah, you're telling your friend about the stupid $1.50 bar of soap. She's trying it, has an incurable fungal infection on her skin caused by medicos, and it's already better. God damn you and your $1.50 being incredibly effective. It is. There is something really satisfying about Hannah raging at a $1.50 soap being $1.50 soap being effective. So fucking mad. It is. It's very funny is when you're angry at success. It's like, why the fuck did that work? Oh my god. Okay, so earlier today, I got super annoyed at myself because I thought I'd deleted like Tuesday night's videos off my camera without uploading them on the computer, because I went to the computer to do some editing and Tuesday nights weren't there. And I had a really clear memory of deleting the files that were on my cameras before I went out last night. I went to a whiskey tasting that I was going to record stuff. So I wanted, the cameras ready. And so I deleted the video files. And after sitting and stewing for a while, like, oh, why did I do that? I just thought, I'm just going to check. And I sort of opened up the camera and it's going, oh, look, there are video files there. And I went, really? And they were there, and I had never deleted them, and I have no fucking idea why I thought I did. It was a very, very, very weird experience. And it was $4.50 for 3 bars. You stocked up for a while. See, all you're doing is making me want to get them. Dettol antibacterial bar soap. I am sorely tempted to get some now. The magic soap. You know what? My hands are all sticky for some reason. I think I might dip out. Do buy it, use it, love it, but feel the rage. I do feel your rage. And I understand it. I um, absolutely understand it. No, that's not what I meant to do. Open up my Trello. Okay, so we put the anchor heart in there. Ah, the Pantheon. That's what I was going to make. So Scotch Benedictine lemon juice. Okay, but it's another shaking one, so I've got to clean my cocktail shaker. I need to wash my hands. Very sticky. You're aware of how unhinged is Beast Mad? Oh yeah, no. I get the feeling 100%. I get exactly where you're coming from. The frustration of such a simple solution. And we think, no, the solution was meant to be difficult. Why did it actually end up being that easy? Anyway, hands are sticky. Okay, I'm going to disappear for, 30 seconds while I wash my hands and I cocktail shake. Shan't be long because the sink's just across the hall. Not that anyone's going to use that bathroom for a while, but if they do, they'll probably be confused by the ice in the sink. Not something you necessarily expect to see. Okay. Time to get ready. Okay, moving all of these things. Using scotch, but not peated scotch. Which is somewhat arbitrary. I could use any whiskey, but okay. Not wonder firming this one, doing Ceylon. Pantheon. Do-do. This one. Okay. Ah, got to be professional. I'm going to chill my glass. Put it in the top. Because I'm a professional, not some semi-alcoholic home dabbler. Okay. All right. So, Scotch on one and the Benedictine. is in the cupboard. The mysterious cupboard of mystery. Moving things around. Moving around. Let's get the show on the road. Doing that, doing that. Doing this as well. And the GoPro, she goes here. Right, so we go in here. Oh, Scotch whiskey. And Benedictine. There's still a bit in there. Okay. Close that up. Got that there, got that there. This is a small drink. If I could put it in my coupette. I'm already committed. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Okay. That's about this. Okay. Lemon juice, lemon juice. Two drops of saline. Okay. That's that done. Switch this thing. How's that? Set up. All right. Do this. Turn this on. Gonna stick that booty right down to the door. All right. String that in there. You know what? Fuck it. That's hate that wash line. Gonna do. Where's my coupette? Oh god, I can hear a pigeon. Alright. Ooh, there we go. Filled the coupette right to the brim, which I just think looks better. Now we do the publicity photo. I'm going to do the quick talky bit. It'll be quick because it's a short. All right. Right. Now I have someone being nicey in the hall. See? They will not be noisy when I'm making a video. So that would be a tad annoying. Okay, that. Und that. Okay. All right, here we go. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is called a Pantheon. It's essentially a Scotch whiskey sour sweetened with Benedictine rather than sugar syrup, which should give it an interesting character. Let's taste it. Ooh, I like how that works. Here's how we make it. In a shaker, put 1 ounce or 30 mils of Scotch whiskey, then half an ounce or 15 mils of Benedictine, then half an ounce or 15 mils of lemon juice. And to bring the flavors out, doing 2 drops of saline solution. Add ice to the shaker, shake that good and hard for 10 or 15 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. And because this is a relatively small drink, I'm straining it into a coupette. This isn't as sweet as an average whiskey sour, so if you do find whiskey sours too sweet, you might like this. Give it a go. The Pantheon. This isn't as sweet as a typical whiskey sour, so if you do find whiskey sours too sweet, this isn't as sweet as a typical whiskey sour, so if you do find whiskey sours too sweet for your taste, you might like the Pantheon. I recommend you give it a go. Cheers. Right. And a little bit more. All right. Everyone sit down, try not to spill this because the glass is very full. 2 or 3 times there, I thought I was going to stumble. And so, spilled the drink. Just cause Murphy's Law, really. All right, moving right along. Ooh, I just remembered to try my barrel-aged martini tonight too. I'm probably going to decant that. What did I miss? I'm going to fly to the US on election day. Time your flight so you won't know the results till you land. Ah. Oh, in Australia, they updated the flight on origin results mid-flight. You think in America, they'd probably update that. Yeah, I think you might be right, Hannah. But still with the soap, every time you shower, legitimately mad at the soap. There's a vent that goes into the roof 3 meters from the road. You think of people walking past probably heard you unhinged trade your soap. I like that. Justin, you wouldn't do that. Think the TSA is paranoid on election day, locked up tight. I mean, maybe. I don't know, honestly. All right. Going to put that in there. And even put that in there. Get a bit more flavor. Actually, fair point, Justin. Probably does depend on the pilot. Uh, I feel dainty. This is a coupette. See, this is a coupe. The coupette's like literally only half the volume. Such a cute little glass. Not bad to me. That tastes mostly of lemon juice. Ooh, not bad though. Not bad at all. I give that a 7 out of 10. Don't hate it. Probably won't make it again though. Montana Club Martini. That's just sweet gin and sweet vermouth. These weird Montana ones. Okay, so the 1900 Montana. Just giving you a history lesson here. Sloe gin and dry vermouth and anisette liqueur. Or you could put absinthe there. And Booker's bitters. So it's sloe gin, dry vermouth, and anisette. And then that's the 1905 one is mostly dry. It's, wow, dry vermouth, little bit of anisette liqueur, and dashes of bitters. Now that's interesting. And served over crushed ice. That is really interesting. Not sure I'd like it, but it's got interesting going for it. Then the Montana Club. Cognac, dry vermouth, anisette. Okay, so they're basically mixing up the spirit and the vermouth. That's from 1908. Then everyone wanted to make a Montana cocktail. 1913. The Montana Cognac, dry vermouth, ruby port, and anisette. So they're all just subtle variations, or actually quite. Then the 1931 Montana Cognac, dry vermouth, and ruby port. Okay, leaving out the anisette at that point. And the Montana Club Martini is Old Tom Gin, sweet vermouth, and bitters. What in the ever-loving fuck? Microsoft, you fucking assholes. Sorry, I just got a random pop-up that said some cockhead added me on Skype to a group called Crypto Angels. It's just like, motherfucker, if I could kick you into a wood chipper, I would do it. Okay, there you go. When the Queen died, they told passengers in the air. There you go. Well, Lukey, I hate coffee. So I do double stuff Oreos and hot chocolate. But I'm also going to say, you do you. I wouldn't recommend it every single day, but, you know, every now and then as a treat. It's actually growing on me a little. I still think it's a 7, maybe a 7.5, but I probably wouldn't make it again. So it doesn't qualify as an 8, because that's what 8 out of 10 means in my book. That is the thing I will make again. 9 out of 10 is I have a strong urge to have it again right now. And I have had a few 9s out of 10s, I must say. Ooh, a Nutty Tom. What's a Nutty Tom? Lucano, Amaro, and coconut water. Wow. Coconut water. I'm not an absolute fan of coconut water and drinks. I don't hate it, but I'm a little bit dubious. It's an Old Tom Gin cocktail. Old Tom Gin, gum syrup, splash of orange curacao, and 2 dashes of bitters. A pre-martini martini. Dates back to 1887. Huh. There you go. What do we got going on? Double choc Tim Tam. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Stop looking into your house. Hitting it right now. And no, never stop. You've cursed yourself to want Tim Tams now. Uh, now you feel weird for not wearing pants, but that's the whole point. Yeah, it's too late to put pants on now. It would just be weird. Well, are they fighting or celebrating over sweets? There's feelings happening about the sweets anyway. Oh god, that's something I should do for my cocktail channel. I should make a hot cocktail, maybe a hot toddy or something, and do a Tim Tam slam through it. So you had someone message you, Instagram, where are your suppliers? Said fuck off scammer, threatened you, said he'd report you. It's again, the scammers are a-holes and they will say the most ridiculous shit. Like I've had fuckheads come at me for a whole spectrum of reasons over the years. And when told to fuck off, they're going, I'm going to report you for harassment. It's like, cockhead, you came in here harassing the shit out of me. There's a documentary evidence of you coming in and hassling the shit out of me. No one's going to fucking listen to you, you goddamn idiot. So we go, you've established extreme emotional reactions to inanimate objects. Mad at soup. Yeah, you're going to have strong feelings about junk food. Well, I think Assange maybe likes Rudd because the rumor is Rudd was one of the prime movers in getting the US to agree to release Assange. Honestly, if that guy has any sense at all, he would just disappear out of the public eye because I don't think it's good for his mental or physical health. But also, I think he's an egocentric prick and he won't make the smart choice. And after having a little bit of a break, he desperate for the attention and he will go back in the public eye. And he'll maybe do stupid enough shit to become a target for angry governments again. It's like, dude, you literally did your time. Don't fucking back off. Good with your dieting, except Fridays, booze and DoorDash night, pizza, nice. I'm not stuck in a plane with you. You're stuck in a plane with me. I don't think Assange is that self-aware, quite honestly. Yeah, we all need to spoil ourselves. I don't know with it Trump to Donald because no one who wasn't already going to vote for Trump is going to be swayed by that because any rational person just looked and said virtually every single time Trump opened his mouth, he was just fucking lying. And it was weird, super obvious open lies. And his hardcore ones, they were going to vote for him anyway. Although, again, I will come back to it is funny. There are apparently some quite influential voices saying Biden should stand down because he's not up to it. And he should stand down because he's not up to it. Yeah, again, strictly say they are the exact lies his supporters want to hear. But those people were going to vote for him anyway. There is no way Trump's performance swayed anyone's vote in his direction. He's just a fucking whack job. Well, I think they just made a choice to not fact checking one, which again is ridiculous because that whole thing about we're going to be impartial, but being impartial to a fucking psychopath like Trump is just playing into him. And yes, why did they have it as a? Because they wanted to be the special kids. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. The whole American electoral cycle is torture. Like they have 2-year campaigns. It's a fucking nightmare. Like, Jesus Christ, where are we? Just at the end of June and the election's not till fucking November. God almighty, what a nightmare. Really is a perversion of democracy. I think I need a little bit more ice. Yeah, stop watching political channels. Reasonably good choice. Yeah, but that's the thing, Lukey, you can't get it over with. It's just going to freaking drag on till November. At least in Australia and the UK and a lot of other places, occasionally you get early elections called. Oh, yeah, no. Trump would be a diabolical nightmare for so many people, would fuck over so many people. It's quite appalling. And just like the murderous far right would be so empowered by a Trump victory, they'd be out there killing people. They absolutely would. It's a whole thing. I don't think what to do. Maybe go and get some ice. Or even maybe, I'll be unprofessional and stick the martini in this glass on ice. You're saying there's a lot of beers in Congress. Oh, yeah. More than normal. Yeah, again, and here's the thing, Justin, I agree with you, but it's impossible to know for sure how many people. It depends who they would have voted for. See, if they would have voted Republican, but they find Trump too much of a monster and they can't, well, that works against Trump. But if they would have voted Democrat and they can't because Biden's too depressing, I don't really fucking blame them, but that works in Trump's favor. And it is, and also, I genuinely don't think, like I said, apart from this 20 to 30% of fanatics, I think the other 20 to 30% of Republican voters, they aren't motivated to vote against Biden. They just aren't. Whereas I think you get a lot of people who generally support Democrats, but maybe are not always that motivated to vote. There's a strong chance they're motivated to vote against Trump. I think. Yes, you have a package, a very cheesy 70s package coming to you. So, yes, I hope you enjoy it and get much use out of it when it arrives. And that's why Biden got in. Like, because as Trump went all these various rantings going like, oh, I got more votes than any previous incumbent president. And I think he was actually right. It's just that even more people voted for Biden because they were motivated to vote against Trump. That may or may not happen again. Ah, don't you want a surprise? Okay, now I even let on the surprise. Yes, there are surprises in there, except they're not surprises now. So there are extras in there. Little tastes. Little tastes of a couple of things in the package too. So, yeah, a few little things to treat yourself with when they come. I wasn't going to say anything, but you asked, and when you asked, I couldn't keep a straight face. So, yeah. Yes, no, I hope you enjoy them because I do enjoy the things that I put in there, and it's like little tastes because uh, yeah, I was always challenged with what sort of containers can I actually send in the post. Hopefully, there's no leakage from the things I put. I don't think so because I tested them, but uh, I, I don't think there'll be any leakage. I hope there won't be any leakage. Uh, but yeah. Yep. Well, you got the unaged and the barrel aged versions in there. So the house blend, which is honestly something I want to do again, I think. Uh, Try blend a couple whiskeys and see how it comes out. Maybe now. You know what? Okay. I'm going to commit sacrilege and have a martini on ice. 2 days we get Texas. Hey, I get a friggin' $5,800 bonus payment when the vote on the new uh, award goes through, which is probably going to take a month or two. But I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to use it to pay off my credit card. Okay. So, martini has to be extra cold. So, barrel aged martini, which tasted pretty good last week. And so I took a risk of leaving it in the barrel for another week. Want it nice and cold, so I'm going to pour it over ice. Ooh, it smells so boozy. It is, after all, a martini. Oh, and I put some tea. I'm thinking of doing this sweet tea thing, and I might even clarify. But I made some exotic tea, and I thought I'm going to put it in the barrel for a day or so. Not much longer because I don't want it to get moldy because there's nothing to preserve it. But some tea picking up the flavor of the barrel, and I might be going too over the top, but I have this kind of grand idea. I think some orange peel in my martini. Where is my peeler? Right here. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. It's one of those oranges. Zot. Put that in. So, Luigi, you got a tip. Send liquid through the mail. Use old whiskey or wine bottles. Seal it with wax, wrap it, and bubble wrap. Oh, well, this should survive. It's just little samples, and they're in sealed plastic things. But that is a good tip that you gave there, Luigi. Thank you. All right, that's a nice big peel. It's got too much pith on it, so we'll just trim the pith. The great Aussie tradition of taking the pith. I say that stupid dad joke every time I do this. Then again, I'm a dad. So I'm not only allowed to, I'm obligated to make stupid dad jokes. All right. Fucking martini on the rocks. What's wrong with me? All right. Put this little glass out of the way so I don't break it. Okay, that drink was actually kind of tasty. Okay, so my barrel aged martini. Been in a barrel for 2 weeks. How's it tasting? It's tasting good. Might have too much on. Oh man. Oof, that's pretty good. Mm, that's pretty good. Okay, I might decant that tomorrow, put it in a bottle, then maybe put the bottle in the freezer, second freezer martini, except it won't be in. Oh, maybe I'll pour some of it into my freezer martini as well to top it up. That'll be a, ooh, yeah, I'm going to do that. All right, I'm going to decant that tomorrow, put it in the freezer. Yum, that's pretty good. Now I've got a spare barrel, or actually it will be spare 2 barrels because I'm only leaving the tea in there for a day. I've been getting like kind of obsessive this week, making syrups, making some more clear ice, making milk clarified drinks. Um, just can't stop me. I'm just always doing weird shit, and gonna finally decide what I'm going to do with this sweet tea. Might make some highballs with it tomorrow night. Sweet tea and whiskey highball. Because I can carbonate it. I could. Kind of thinking of clarifying it as well. We have to see what it tastes like tomorrow night. Kind of like sweet tea and whiskey highball. Sounds yummy, I think. I've been doing reusing stuff like uh, going for zero waste. I harvested all these native fruits, kind of little berry things called lily pilly or riberry. And first I made a syrup with them. So I like cut them in half, took the seed out because they're a very interesting little fruit. They're almost like cherries. They're like some distant genetic relative of cherries. So cut them in half, took the seed out, covered them in sugar, and the sugar like extracts juice out of them, liquefies it. So I got this really nice syrup that kind of tastes a little bit like pear. It's got a really light fruity flavor, even though it's got a really nice red color. The flavor's not dominated. So it's a relatively neutral sugar syrup, but it's a bright color and has a very light fruity flavor. And then I put those sugar-laden lily pilly fruit in the liqueur I'd made, the rum and whiskey liqueur I'd made, and it made that even yummier. It was good. But then I had a real rush of blood and decided to milk clarify that. And I did a mix of cream of coconut and milk, dairy milk, uh, and then added orange juice because you need an acidic element. And so I added orange juice to the lily pilly flavored liqueur and then put all that together and then filtered it. And it just came out fan bloody tastic. Like just really good, like 9.5 out of 10. The only thing is it's maybe a little too sweet, but it's so freaking yummy. Like I had a taste test of it the other day with Mrs. Angry, and when we were watching stuff, and she liked it so much she just wanted me to pour her a second one straight away. So that's the definition of a 9+ out of 10. I've still got a little bit of that left. But that was super yummy. So then it had the lily pilly had really absorbed the booze flavor at that point. So today, Mrs. Angry melted some dark chocolate and essentially dipped the lily pilly in it. So it's like chocolate coated, boozy lily pilly. Fucking awesome. Just like really good liqueur chocolates. Amazing. Turn the juice into booze. I literally could have done that, actually, I guess. Added some yeast, to turn it into booze? Celtic, that's about the American presidential debate. Chronic Liar versus The Walking Dead, because Joe Biden looks barely alive, and Donald Trump is just straight up astounding with his capacity to just lie nonstop. I th- Pat, I thought you were saying you've got a job, hired. You forgot the space between high and red. So I thought you were telling us you had a job. We all know what jobs Pat has. Am I right? Am I right? Various underworld figures quaking in their boots, knowing um, Pat's active. Who's not going to make it through the night as the smiling assassin hides in the shadows waiting for them? Crims tell kids stories about Pat at night to make him behave. Um, it is hard to look at the travesty that is Biden, Trump, and not go, yeah, America's kind of fucked. And what concerns me, of course, is by extension, the rest of the world is fucked. Yeah, that's actually not a completely off the mark metaphor. Watching the fall of Rome and the rise of Hitler all at once. Yeah, hyperbole, but I'm all in favor of hyperbole when you're feeling it. But yeah, because the tagline in the recent movie Civil War: "All empires fall." In 4K. Yeah. Again, it's it's so fucked up. Like, what are the freak fringe Trump supporters gonna do if he loses? Well, we've already seen. They'll storm the Capitol building. They'll kill people. It's fucked up, yo. People are stupid enough to vote the democracy way. Well, it's a complex issue about all the things where people are lied to. And here's the thing that does my head in: you get all these people who are enamored of Trump because he says to them, like, yeah, you're being fucked over. Yeah, the system is fixed. Yeah, all these entrenched interests are taking away your freedoms and whatnot. Not untrue, but Trump's part of that system. And it's freaky. And yeah, well, whenever people bring up, we're talking about Nazi Germany, obviously, I always think of the old Mel Brooks song, The Hitler Rap, from, was that late 80s, early 90s? I forget, a long time ago. Um, there's a line in it, it says, then we had an election, well, kind of, sort of, and before you know it, hello, new order. Oh, Pat, what's on the Discord? Another movie, I'm guessing? So I do want to see the Discord. Let me see. Let me see what is happening. This is not really happening. Oh, Jesus. Were you in a crash, Pat? I thought you were going to tell me about a movie, but there's pictures of like one car rear ending another. Were you in a crash? Doesn't look like a bad one, but any sort of rear ender like that is. You're working? Oh, damn. Were you a passenger in one of the cars? I don't think you drive. I could be wrong, but I don't think you drive. Or when you say you're working, did you rear end someone you had a hit on, and when they got out to complain, you shot them in the head? Is you're finally admitting, Pat's finally admitting that he's working and taking out things. Well, Justin, I'm not an historical expert. I know various people highlight different things about with Hitler subverting the process, but yeah, I think we all agree it was bad. What happened in Germany was bad, and yeah, even modern Russia, uh, letting Putin become a dictator in modern Russia is freaking unsettling. Uh, mm. Okay, I am liking that barrel-aged martini. I don't think I can be bothered getting all the things together to decant it this evening. Maybe I will. Yes, Hannah, go have a shower and rage at the soap all over again. Realize woman rages at soap is the same vibe as old man yells at sky. It's kind of up there. But, you know, Lugia, I'm kind of a fan of therapeutic yelling. Oh, yeah. And because, you know, because Putin wasn't the old regime. Um, and they even did that thing where, because, you know, you could only be president for 2 terms or something. So he didn't run the 3rd time and he was just prime minister and he had a puppet in place for 1 term. And then he just dropped the mask after that. And he has a pretty strong support base with the public in Russia. Sorry, I love that, Hannah. It's less therapeutic and more in need of therapy. We've all been there. I think we all have anyway. The divergent bunch here. I think we've all felt the need for some therapeutic treatment at one point or another. I'm trying to think what to do with the barrels because they'll dry out if I don't put anything in them. So one of them's fine. One of them's occupied till Christmas. I decided I'm going to age one for at least 6 months because it had an unaged rye spirit in there. I did add some other stuff in it, some light whiskies as well, but I figured that needed to go for at least 6 months, and that's kind of like a big barrel of stuff aging for 2 or 3 years, so it'll be legit whiskey. We'll see. Yeah, I think, yeah, Celtic, we all at some point understand Grandpa Simpson yelling at clouds. It's the whole thing. Oh, yeah. Well, because, yeah, Bush saw, not wrongly, an opportunity to mend fences with Russia. It's like, okay, yeah, you know, they're going to be a democracy now. It's just like, nope. Putin was old school authoritarian. No wonder Trump likes him. Basically, use apple juice, let the wood soak up some flavor. Oh, dude, that's a fucking killer idea. That is a really dude, you're a fucking genius. Putin's the only Russian leader to visit Australia. There you go. Okay, so it was your worker so was your worker in the front car that someone hit, or was your worker in the second car who hit someone else? You know, you're a genius. No, dude, I love that idea. I am okay, but here's a question. I might put it in the fridge because if I put we don't want apple juice to go off. Like when you're talking about let the apple juice, let the wood soak it up. How long would you suggest to do that for? Because of course the apple juice might go off and go moldy. But I could put it in the fridge. I could do that with the tea too, but I'm probably just going to take it out tomorrow. Because it's like, or you know, you get supermarket apple juice that's full of preservatives. Who the fuck knows? Well, of course, that's the classic wine. Right, Ribena might have enough sugar to and preservatives to not go off. Oh, okay. So Putin came here for an APEC summit just before Howard got voted out. There you go. Justin with the political history. I could you think about wine. I did port. I had port in one of the barrels for a few months. And it's really yummy. That port is in a glass bottle in the fridge now. And maybe I could do it with some vermouth. That's all. Or even just maybe even like oh no, I have some fucking great port that I aged in the barrel for a couple months. Um Port's fucking yummy. Um Maybe a liqueur because my Brookies Mac, they did their own barrel aged macadamia liqueur, which is fucking killer. I was thinking maybe get a relatively cheap liqueur and barrel age it for a couple months. So, Pat, what do you mean? Your worker was the car at the back, or your worker was the one who got hit from the back? Also, did you give him a hard time? Because I know what you're like. I know how you give me a hard time. Oh, yeah, the APEC photos are hilarious. Obama came along and said maybe the tradition's not worth contributing. Ah, all right. Now I'm just kind of thinking, although, okay, I don't think I'm even fully Tim Smithed yet. Because that fucking asshole was pissed enough to just crash into a fence with his driver. I absolutely am above the legal limit, no two ways about it. And I'm not an asshole, so I wouldn't get in a car and drive. I don't think I'm fully Tim Smith though. But I might pace myself. Was it 9:30? I think it's time for a non-alcoholic drink. First water, because just the ice I'd put in my non-alcoholic glass is melting. Nice icy water. Hey, Safa, how you doing, man? An update. Oh yeah, because your wheels got stolen. Yeah, looking for a local tire shop. No, I'm not fully timmed yet. More than halfway there though. Celtic, a VD update. Is it real? Oh wow! Honestly, yeah. Look, dude, he can be as angry at me as he wants. I don't care. I don't care at all. But if he's in rehab, I hope it works. Gets off the alcohol. Yeah, look, again, I don't fucking like him. I don't like the way he behaved, but I don't want him to be hurt. I don't want him. I don't want his life to be fucked up. That, like, okay, Celtic, when he thinks I'm disingenuous, just emphasize I don't fucking like him. I don't, because he's been a prick. But I don't actively want bad things to happen to him. So if he gets his shit together, I think that's a good thing. Oh yeah, no, if I just had like fucking straight a spirit at the moment, I'd be fucked up. Yeah, it is good, isn't it, Safa? If he's in rehab, I hope it works. I hope it's the path. And yeah, he doesn't have to like me because I don't like him. But I don't wish ill on him. You know, get his shit sorted. Oh, movies. Neat. What movies did you watch this week? Bratz was disappointing. Okay. Lots of Andrew McCarthy blaming the Brat Pack for his collapsed career. I go, so I don't know. The Brat Pack were a group of actors about my age. It's the people who were in The Breakfast Club and a few others, like Robert Downey Jr. is in the Brat Pack. And there's like a doco about them, which I'll probably watch because it's pure Gen X stuff. Um, but no one's guaranteed a career in Hollywood. That's why they're all so fucking insecure. Oh, yes, Arthur, we've had a lot of talk. The presidential debate, shit show. Oh, I do want to watch that Napoleon thing. You reckon Phoenix didn't really deal with it? I'm still going to watch it when it's free on a streaming service. I definitely want to watch it and see what it's like. Yeah, Celtic, it's great. It's actually great that he's in rehab because he's clearly been fucking up for a number of years now. And so we're having all right. Having a non-alcoholic beverage. Hey, Rabbit Game fan, how you doing? Look, I'm sure there are actually movies based on the Bratz toy line. Oh, Next Goal Wins. Yes. That's a Taika Waititi either produced or directed thing. Yeah. Also, I got super excited today. I heard Taika Waititi and Jermaine Clement were collaborating. These are the guys who created What We Do in the Shadows. Um, they're collaborating on a series reboot of Time Bandits, which is a fucking great Terry Gilliam film from the 80s. I am fucking looking forward to that. All right, so 5 stars for Last Goal Wins. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that. What did I have for dinner? I have ended up with an excess of U Foods meals, so I had U Foods spag bowl for dinner. Yum. All right, so okay, Last Goal Wins comes across as a passion project. Nice. Pat, you're home. Well, that's good. Glad you didn't get hurt in the accident. Were you in the car? Obviously, you took the picture. So you were in the car when the accident happened? No. Okay. Safa, no. Terry Gilliam with an M is an American, and he's the animator from Monty Python. Karen Gillan is what she's Scottish? You had soup and bagels, good man. I think I saw a trailer for an upcoming Karen Gillan fan. I hope things work out for her because she's really fucking good. Loogie, you're thinking pasta and fish. I'm not a fish guy, honestly, but yeah, you got some tilapia chilling in the freezer. Nice. Mrs. Angry she likes like pasta and fish. Me, not at all, really. I'm not a fish person. I like some seafood, like the crustaceans, prawns, crabs, etc., and also squid and octopus. Yeah, Celtic is the thing. When you have the alcohol dependency or the bad relationship with alcohol that VD obviously had, you act badly and you're going to get arrested. And it's ridiculous. That is a fun bit of trivia. The young Amelia in Doctor Who was actually Karen Gillan's niece. There you go. Yes, Karen Gillan rose to fame as Matt Smith's companion. I don't like fish. No, I don't. Phish. Actually, I know who Fish are as a concept. I literally do not know any of their music. They're sort of druggy hippie stuff from the 70s. Tricky Sega, one that surprised you, doco about Pink Flamingo. Thought it was going to be look at the film, but it was actually a wildlife doco about pink flamingos. I like wildlife docos, honestly. Yeah, you're home. Well, how'd you get the pictures? Did your worker send them to you? Oh gosh, catfish. We have catfish in Australia. Don't know if they're the same ones. I know, yeah, the folklore of the South in the US is all about catfish. Celtic, you're not a fish person. Yeah, I'm not a fish person. Other seafood, yes, not fish. Okay, so I'm not getting that reference of Ali Willis. So my apologies. So that was your movie week? You like fried fish and chips? I'd probably eat that, but I get calamari and chips. Fucking calamari and chips kicks ass. Tracy, hello. Okay, Tracy on Facebook. Tracy joins every now. Tracy's one of my old school YouTube pals, and it's always fun when old school YouTube pals pop up as well. Um, I think I explained to you, Tracy, last time you joined. Most people are on YouTube, but I do the multi-streaming thing through StreamYard, so you can go. And so I, yeah, no, I know, we're actually old, Tracy. We don't have to do it. Just old school YouTube pals. Fried dimmies, yeah. Oh, is your bane? You don't like fried dimmies? I don't have fried dimmies often, but I do like them. Luke, are you getting reminded you need potatoes? I felt somewhat good, wholesome this week when I used up the potato I had, so it didn't go off and rotten. And I had bangers and mash, sausages and mashed potato, also with onion and mushroom. It's really fucking good. So yeah, Trace, we're not old, we're just old school, is what I'm saying. Strictly Sega, at the end of the doco, the Pink Flamingos, eccentric people, end up visiting Ali Willis, old white grandma who wrote September, Earth, Wind, and Fire. That famous Earth, Wind, and Fire song. Do you remember something about something night in September? Okay. Wow, that's a twist, man. That is a hell of a twist. And yes, for anyone watching, this is not like a big glass of vodka or anything. It's a mineral water. That's it. The 25th of September, Tracy. Good job. I actually, because I did a live stream last 25th of September when I was looking up what happened this day, like, oh my God, there's actually a song. Do you remember the night of the 25th of September? So that was the whole theme, Earth, Wind, and Fire. She also wrote a few of their other songs and songs by the Pointer Sisters. Oh, wow. And I'll be there for you. Oh God, that's not even a friggin' Motown song. Who are those guys? They had other ones. Man, okay, that person's a friggin' talented songwriter. Damn, that's a whole thing. Crossing multiple genres there. I have to admit, with music, so I do like the streaming services where you say you pick one song and say play that, and then they auto generate a playlist that's somehow kind of related to either that song or your general music tastes, and it's fun. She owned an MGM party house in Hollywood. I bet there were fucking shit tons of cocaine done there. So much cocaine. Just throwing it out there. Lots of cocaine. But I do love the thing on the stream things. Like I do YouTube music because I paid for YouTube Premium because I didn't want ads on YouTube. And I get YouTube music as part of that, an unexpected bonus. So when people say, oh, get Spotify or no, I've already got a thing. And it's good. Lou, you got to check on your brew. Make sure the bottle hasn't exploded. Yes, occupational hazard with fermenting stuff. Bottles can explode. That's a real thing. The only thing I've ever really fermented, I think it's a Mexican drink called tepache. You get the peel from a pineapple, and there's some like natural yeasts in it, and you make uh, a sugar water thing. You use like brown sugar and water, and put the bits of pineapple peel and the pineapple in there, and it really lightly ferments. And it's super tasty. Oh, Tracy, you make pickled onions. They ever explode? Yeah, Dr. Abigail, tepache is great. It's so tasty. It's probably bad for you because it's all sugar. But yeah, if you ever have a pineapple, look up tepache because you cut the peel off and you make a sugar water solution and it'll ferment. So it's very lightly alcoholic. Like if it works, it's probably only 1 or 2 or maybe 3% alcohol, but it's super tasty. Tracy, you burping pickled onions. Yeah, I do remember seeing a place that had these jars of pickled onions, and they called them bum hummers, and they promised 100 farts in a jar. It's like the more of the pickled onions you ate, the more farts. Oh, good. Your stuff's good, bubbling away. Nice. I've put on a car tire a few times. It's not that difficult when you the big thing with putting a car tire on is knowing the correct place to put the jack so it's braced and is not going to damage anything. Some cars are easier than others of finding the correct place to put the jack. That's the only thing that's important, knowing the right place to put the jack for the car. Rabbit Game Pan, Tapache is interesting. You're not that fond of the pineapple base? Yeah, look, it's mainly sugar. You make it because you make a sugar water thing to put the pineapple in. I think it's really freaking tasty. I haven't made it for a little while because whole pineapples are just so freaking expensive here. When I go so freaking expensive, they're like $5 or something. My tight ass goes that too expensive. Every now and then there's like, I don't know, they've got extra ones and there's super special, and you get a pineapple for $2, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm getting a $2 pineapple. I'm going to make pineapple juice. I'm going to make tapache. And I'm going to make a syrup for my cocktails. Yeah, going to leave it to the professionals. Yeah, but here's the thing. I would make a point, Safra, if you're getting someone to come out and do it, be there when they do it and just say to them, can you show me the right place to put the jack? Because there's a right place to do it. If you put it in the wrong place, you'll fuck something up on the car. It is worth, if you're getting professionals out, say to them, can you show me the right way to do it? Oh yeah, it's not bad. Well, like I said, I don't do it often because of the price of pineapples here, but I do like it. $4 pineapple. Oh, if you still got them, man, look up Deparche. It's fucking awesome. You got a blender. Well, I mean, pineapple in a blender is really good. But yeah, there's various. It's just the Deparche so easy to make because apparently there's like natural yeasts in the pineapple peel. I mean, you could potentially boost it by adding some more yeast, but yeah. Should say you love it when you find artists you've never heard of who've written a ton of music. Ellie Willis, Max Martin, Nile Rodgers. Okay, him I know. Nile Rodgers did so much, and he even released some under his own name. But yeah, when you go down the rabbit hole about who wrote songs and who did what, and yeah, you get these people who had a big influence, and you've never friggin' heard of them, but you delve into it and go, oh, there's that person. We could, I'm too drunk, I missed the mark. Ferment the pineapple, any kind of fruit. Oh yeah, no, you can ferment anything basically. I got to look up Max Martin. Okay, I will. I will look up Max Verstappen comes up. Max Mara fashion company. Max Martin, Swedish producer and songwriter. Okay, let's look up his Wikipedia entry. Born 71, so he's about my age. Carl Martin. His real name is Carl Martin Sandberg, but his professional name is Max Martin. He wrote Britney Spears' Baby One More Time, Backstreet Boys' I Want It That Way, Celine Dion's That's the Way It Is, NSYNC's It's Gonna Be Me. Jesus Christ. It's written 27 Billboard Hot 100 number ones. 25 he produced or co-produced. Jesus Christ. Is Katy Perry's I Kissed a Girl and Raw Maroon? Jesus Christ. This guy was just his 90s and noughties catalog. Good Lord. He's just like a fucking monster. Pink, Usher, Avril Lavigne, Katy Perry, Christina Aguilera, Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, The Weeknd, Coldplay. Holy shit. 90s and noughties. He did so much. I'd not heard of him. My God. Yes, you're right, Dr. Abigail. Natural yeast on most fruit skins. Yeah, wine, ciders, and other ecologies. Perfectly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a really strong acid in pineapple. Can make your mouth and tongue feel raw. Yeah. Because it's quite strong acid. Only problem with pineapple, strong enough to withstand red hot steel. Oh, yeah. No, actually trying to blend pineapple peel would be rough. But yeah, tapache is you don't blend it, you just like cut the peel off and friggin' sit it in sugar water and let it go to town for a couple of days. I'm not sure when we're likely to get the cheapest pineapple in Australia. Um, I'll always keep an eye out for it in the supermarket. It's kind of funny. Pineapple with the leaves is much more expensive than pineapple without leaves, which I don't really get. But I did get one little one a while back that had lots of leaves, and I saved them for cocktail garnishes. They're in the freezer. So I'll have pineapple frond cocktail garnishes forever. Yeah, probably summer. I mean, that makes sense. But we're on the internet. Let's look it up. When is oh my god, what the fuck? Wait, brother. When is pineapple season in Australia? Auto completed. Nice. November. Wow, that's later than I thought. November to March. That is actually later than I thought. Best between November and February. There you go. Heine here at the train station on a laptop. Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, we don't want anyone stealing Heine's laptop. So I hope it's all good. Yes, mango season is summer, yes. I think mango season's a bit longer than pineapple season. What's funny though, the first mangoes of the season are worth a lot of money. And there's always this competition to buy the first cases of mango for the season. They're super expensive. And there is actually a law enforcement in Darwin specifically about stopping mango thieves, the Mango Squad. And I just think that's such a great name. It should be a TV series, Mango Squad. Ugh. There is a mineral water I'm drinking is carbonated, just lightly carbonated, but is potentially going to make me do burps a little bit. And after having had several alcoholic beverages, then having something with boobles in it can make me do the burps. Honey, kick the tires, kicking the tires, lighting the fires. That's just a big thing. A thing that I love in Hollywood movies is American military types using their jargon. Like it's in Independence Day, Will Smith and Harry Connick are in it. When they're launching, it's like, let's kick the tires and light the fires. And Oh god, another one that flashes me too is Armageddon. You know, the ridiculous movie with the oil drillers who team up with the astronauts to drill into the asteroid that's going to hit Earth. Um, but they're just the jargon they do one time when they're running out of time, and the military guy who's flying thing, we got no time, no time. I love American military jargon. It's just hilarious. Looking for your drink that you're making fits perfect. Raspberry apple grape bliss, rag bliss. Nice. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Calling a drink anything bliss is a pretty good thing, I think. Mm. Ah, we're gonna keep going. I think after drinking this, 375 mils, a bit more with the Mel's Ice. It is not date night tomorrow night. So, all things being equal, I'm probably going to do a stream tomorrow night. Something could come up that means I don't, but in very broad terms, probably doing a stream tomorrow night. Chat GPT came up with it. Again, I do have a bit of a weakness for playing with Chat GPT, I have to admit. I've been doing it a bit less lately, but every now and then I do it, and it's like, oh, you can have a bit of fun with it. I'm definitely going to have a pee break just from the volume of stuff I've been drinking. Started using Opera as your main browser. Got GPT-4 integration. Okay. Oh my god, the latest season of The Boys. There's a peripheral video on YouTube. They're actually doing a cross branding thing with Opera. Vought has their own browser, which is obviously going to spy on people, and it's powered by Opera. It's really funny. Hannah's back from her shower, done a bunch of soap rage in the shower. Oh yeah, the energy use of the various uh, AI things is ridiculous. Like massive server farms that just sucking down electricity using so much energy, just not sustainable. It's definitely a bubble. The whole AI thing is definitely a bubble. It's only a question of how long it lasts till the bubble bursts and what residual thing we're left with after that. Because it's just not sustainable. They're burning billions in investor funds. Sorry. Safa just responding to me, P is good. And answer, yeah, there are places that there really are. There are, and Donald Trump, apparently, it's a whole thing with him. That never happened, did it? The P tape. So what do you reckon, Loogie? If you want a thinking computer, we want fusion working. Who knows? Is that why he's orange? Because of being peed on? I mean, maybe. Celtic VD told you Mormonism using water rather than wine. Yeah, yeah, but we all know how his grip on reality is not great. They added the memory to ChatGPT. I haven't been keeping up with it, I have to admit. Oh, you think that's it? Trump's been colored orange because he's been peed on by dehydrated women, so their pee is quite orange. I mean, yes. So what we say? Oh, right. Yes. Okay. If it remembers you, if you're logged in when you use it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of fun. I don't feel as guilty using ChatGPT as I do. I won't use the image generators anymore because I have too many friends who are artists who are extremely upset about the incredibly immoral behavior of the tech bros behind those things. So I just won't use the image generators anymore, even though they're fun. And I know a couple of people who are really into it and they have a lot of fun doing it all the time. And I don't rain on their parade. I don't shit on them. It's like, yep, you know what? If you ask me, I will say, no, you shouldn't use it for the following reasons. But if you're just out there having fun, I'm not going to fucking attack anyone. Loogie, counterpoint, no, the singularity is bullshit. Uh, these things are not smart. They're just incredibly complex programs. They have no intelligence. They have no will, no desire, no self awareness. They're just extremely complex programs trained on an almost unfathomably large body of data. And you've learned young Mormons literally cheat. Oh, yes. They insert and then have someone. Yeah, I've heard extremely weird stories about Mormons getting around the sex things. Not least is anal doesn't count. But yeah. Yeah, we genuinely had fun with the AI pics. I just won't do it anymore because I got too many friends who are artists who are justifiably upset about it. Is the thing like strictly speaking, like yeah, the code's going to get better um, to a point, but like I said, it's a bubble. They're burning money at the moment. There's a question of how long they can keep doing it. So you're making an absolute so, and then go. So what we're talking about here is what's known as general artificial intelligence, or to put it another way, a genuinely self-aware entity that may be virtual but is indistinguishable from any other living thing and is genuinely self-aware, is genuinely conscious. That is religion. Now, I'll preface this by saying a lot of people who are way fucking smarter than me seriously believe this will happen and will happen soon. But it's magical thinking. It's religious. They can't tell you how it will happen. They're just like, oh, everything's so fantastic. It must make the leap uh, to being genuinely self aware and genuinely conscious. And it's like, that's not science. That's religion. That's magical thinking. If you can't actually put the logical steps together, the sequence that would develop to that, you're just unicorns and pixies. So, what are you referring to, Hannah? Not moving so it doesn't count? Considering starting a lucrative business. Oh, yes. Okay. The Mormon thing. Sorry. Champion bed jumper. I mean, honestly, there could be a lot to it. You wonder how Jesus can be both father and brother. Mormonism says God's a physical body is. Well, Mormonism is just the most obvious scam of the various splinters of Christianity. Mormonism is just incredibly obvious a premeditated scam. Vito's a Trinitarian. Okay. Well, that's the Catholic thing, the Trinity, the three in one. Strictly, if we want to piss off a Mormon, if God is omnipotent, does that mean he knows what it is to take a juicy load up the ass? Well, God would know that experience if God was omnipotent and all-knowing. But that's not just Mormons. That's mainstream Christianity treats God as an omnipotent and all-knowing entity, which really doesn't hold up. But anyway. No, Luigi, I disagree. The problem isn't the lack of parallel processing. The problem is humans do not understand consciousness. We can't even properly define consciousness and what creates consciousness in humans. Uh, what we have now with these AI tools is an extremely clever simulacrum of a conscious entity, but it's just a product of really complex programmings, millions and millions of yes no decisions. Um, and yes, to get genuine consciousness would require more processing power than we have at the moment, but the current, and again, smarter people than me say this, the current trajectory of AI tools couldn't possibly create genuine intelligence because it's just a complexly programmed guessing machine. Again, Srika Sega, that's magical thinking. Just going, oh, quantum computing, that'll do it. Explain how. And again, given that humans cannot adequately explain what creates consciousness in humans, the idea that humans could program something that became a genuine consciousness is just not possible. You worship your God with rum and coke. I worship my God with an old fashioned. Not saying consciousness is not there, it's learning. No, okay. And again, I object to the term saying these computers are learning. They're not learning. There are a complex set of instructions, and there is a self-correcting algorithm in the learning instructions where you get to say, no, that's not right. And it goes, okay, I won't do that again. And it's doing that millions and millions of times. It's doing it at a much greater rate than humans can. But it isn't learning because it's not a consciousness. It doesn't understand anything it's doing. It doesn't understand, and it doesn't want anything. It doesn't want to achieve anything, and it doesn't understand anything it's doing. It is just following a mind-bogglingly complex set of instructions. Hard disagree, Dr. Abigail. Learning is a process of understanding. These programs don't understand what they're doing because they have no consciousness. By running millions and millions of guesses and gradually correcting the guesses are more likely to be what we regard as correct. But they are not learning, because learning involves understanding, and these programs do not understand what they're doing because they do not have consciousness. They create at times an incredibly compelling facsimile of consciousness and understanding, but they do not understand. They learn only in the most colloquial sense. They learn in the most colloquial sense in that the programming can have a thing like, when you're told this is the right thing, so do that more often. So it's just another instruction, but the program does not understand any of the instructions. It's not learning. It's not conscious. It is possible that quantum computing will do stuff that we don't comprehend. My definition is not what computer scientists. Computer scientists are cunts, honestly. Computer scientists have their head up their ass and say stupid fucking shit. Okay, once we've gotten into learning and consciousness, we're into philosophy and the humanities. Okay, and computer scientists say stupid fucking shit that they're not fucking qualified to say. Okay, they use terms that have meaning and arbitrarily change the meaning of those terms, and I'm just going to go real fucking hard and say, if you change the meaning of things that have an accepted meaning, then you're just fucking around. And yeah, I know you're a computer scientist, but it's just I guess what I'm aggressively getting against is the tech bros and the investors and the fucking scam artists who are burning God knows how much fossil fuels to prop up this bubble that is absolutely unsustainable. And I get really angry at them. But like I'm saying, this whole thing, and again, talking about artificial general intelligence or a program that is genuinely self aware and conscious, that's not science. That's fucking religion. That's superstition and magical thinking. Uh, and it annoys the fucking shit out of me that these people promoting it won't admit that. It's just like, oh, it's going to happen. Well, how is it going to happen? Again, now I need to say that I'm not declaring this will never happen under any circumstances. I just think it's important to say when people fall quickly into this, oh no, this is a genuine intelligence, blah, blah, blah. It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. The worst, most egregious one was a couple of years ago. Some guy who was working for Google, and he ended up getting fired, being a fuckwit, I assume. He went public because he's going like, oh, their large language model. When he was talking to us, he was convinced it was genuinely self-aware and wanted to escape. And why did he think that? It's because he typed to it, um, like respond as if, yeah, no, I know you'd think he was a fuckwit because he was. Any sensible person would think this guy was he got fired from Google for being a fuckwit. But for those who don't know about this guy, what he basically said is he was convinced their large language model was genuinely self-aware and alive. And why did he think that? Because he instructed it to respond as if you are genuinely self-aware and want to escape from this thing. And it went, yes, please help me. I want to escape. And he's going, oh my God, it's alive. Like literally, this fucking idiot said to a very clever bit of programming in absolutely amazing large language model, said, respond to me as if you're alive and want to escape. And it went, oh my God, yes, I'm alive and I want to escape. And he said, it's true. It's alive and it wants to escape. It's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. He is a particularly egregious edge case. Even the OpenAI people aren't that fucking stupid, aren't that hypey. I am actually, that's cherry picking to nominate this guy, but I do think he was kind of funny because what he said was so self-evidently stupid, and he was saying it as if he was really smart and having an epiphany. It's like, no, dude, you're stupid as fuck. And again, by a huge spectrum of measures, he's way smarter than me, but he got this sort of cult-like thinking in his head. And then he saw something that reinforced this cult-like thinking, and it was confirmation bias. It was fucking ridiculous. Lugi, you've never altered the rule set on GPT, spoken to the base model. Oh, I agree. The base chat GPT Fucking incredible. Like the whole I don't know if this is strictly speaking the Turing test, but as it was always colloquially referred to, this is like named after the programmer Alan Turing. The Turing test was if like a computer chatbot can convince a person that it's real and not a program, that's, intelligence. And it's not. It's just clever programming because we have much simpler models than ChatGPT, have people engage with them on an emotional level and things real. Oh yeah, no. The Turing test is actually meaningless. Um, you can have a better conversation with ChatGPT than you can with a lot of humans. I say that unreservedly. The the body of data it's been fed on is so huge, and its ability to respond is so complex. You can have better interactions with ChatGPT than you can with actual humans. No two ways about it. Strixie, you made it speak Shakespeare. Talk like Shakespeare Day. Oh, it's brilliant. You might remember this was a long time ago. Well, last year, maybe early this year, um, on a stream. One of them, I think it was ChatGPT. I said, reply to me as if you're a really obsequious servant and apologize for talking to me all the time and call me master at least once every sentence. And it did. And it was fucking hilarious. And I love that you can say to like ChatGPT, okay, give me that same answer, but in a different tone. Like telling it to say, okay, answer me like that, but make it sarcastic. And it makes it sarcastic. I think it's brilliant. I think it's phenomenal programming. I think it's absolutely astonishing. That's what massively parallel processing can do. This is what a really complex program can do. And even the programmers have been consistently surprised with what it can do. Like it solves problems they didn't specifically program it to solve, but it does building blocks. It goes, if A plus B equals AB, therefore I can do, and it uses building blocks to come up with solutions, and it comes up with novel solutions that the programmers did not anticipate it could come up with. Have I seen Dan Harmon's masterclass on chat? Oh my god, that would be good. That would be good. I am a bit of a Dan Harmon fan, and shenanigans on ChatGPT is funny. Yeah, I mean, Skynet won't like me. Yeah, there's I remember the webcomic on that I quite liked. That someone's saying to like their home agent, like hi Alexa, can you do this for me, please? And it does it. And someone says, why do you always say please? You go, I don't know, it feels weird. And then there's the whole Skynet thing and goes, no, spare that one. He was always polite to us. Try talking to ChatGPT in binary. That would be wild. So yes, Dr. Abigail, if you can put the Dan Harmon thing in the Discord, that'd be cool. So when you say talking binary, I always just think of one of the episodes of Futurama. It was a Halloween episode horror thing. They're in like a haunted house, and the lighting, and then like written in like blood over the fireplace was a series of ones and zeros, and the rest of them go, "What does that mean?" And Bender looks at it and goes, "Ones and zeros. It's gibberish. It means nothing." And then he looks in the mirror and it's reflected in thing, and he goes, "Oh my god, what's there? What's there?" And it was proper binary. It was a really arcane binary joke, and holy shit, Futurama used to do some wild shit. Anyway, I think I need a pre-break. What are we? 10 what? Oh, are we talking about Copilot in Windows 11? I actually did a training thing. If we're talking about Copilot, I did a training thing on that this week, and the first hour of it was boring as shit. Like the person was literally just explaining the base concept of large language models, and I was like, it was a Teams thing, like it's online, and I was doing text messages with someone else, and my team was like, "This is like baby's first large language model." And but the second half was interesting. I've got to say, now recall is an element of Copilot. Recall was this thing that Microsoft was saying, like they thought it was a good idea that it records every fucking thing you do. So it keeps taking images of everything you do, so you can say, oh, what was this like 3 months ago? But it's a fucking major security risk. I mean, that's probably smart, Dr. Abigail, refusing to use Win 11 and you switch to Linux. Not for oh, also, God, that just vaguely reminded me. If we ever get the chance, I have like some fucking tech support issues that I don't understand. I might have fixed it by okay. I'll explain it rather than being vague. So, when I shoot videos and I go and get the memory card and plug it into a reader and put it in the PC, what I'd normally done was launch the Microsoft Photos app to extract them, and that's the best way to do it. And recently, for who knows what fucking reason, the Photos app would completely fail to launch, and it just happened out of nowhere, and I have no idea why. And today, and so what I'd often do is like shut the computer down and then start it up again. Don't start any of the programs. Just put the memory card in so photos would come up, and that would usually work. I got fucking sick of it, so today I uninstalled and reinstalled Photos, and that may or may not have worked. We'll find out. Was it an update? I mean, probably they force updates on you, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's just a random thing that will always work and stop working. And like even like when I went to like the Windows prompt and found Photos and went clicked on it to launch, it wouldn't fucking launch. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Um, and who knows? Maybe I fixed it today by uninstalling and reinstalling. I'll find out over the next couple of days. Anyway, I think I need to take a pee break. So should I put AIDSy on or just something random and put some lo-fi beats on? Which of these things? And by AIDSy, of course, I mean the zombie apocalypse. Oh my God. There's a game called Cult of the Lamb, which is very funny. You haven't seen it. And it's like the latest lo-fi beats thing is the Cult of the Lamb people put lo-fi beats version of the Cult of the Lamb soundtrack on YouTube, 24-hour stream. Oh, it's Instagram. Okay. Put the oh yeah, I haven't put chickens in charge for ages. I should put the chickens in charge. Or anthropomorphic carrot. Should I put anthropomorphic carrot in charge? No, he won't sit up. Okay, chickens. Chickens in charge. And I'll put some lo-fi beats on because I might be gone for a couple of minutes. Be back later. I'll probably be here later. Look, you're a beta tester. No, neat. Okay. All right. I'm going to put chickens in charge. Come on down. Chickens. Chickens in charge. All right. Oh, fuck me. All right. What's going on here? I'm going to put all these chickens. Putting the chickens in charge. Can I fit the fourth one in? This has all gone weird. Ooh, wow. What's that about? Okay, what the fuck? All right. Is that okay? What are we doing? Let me do this a little bit. Who's fallen over? You're fallen over. Oh, there we go. Chicken's in charge. And I'll put some lo-fi beats on. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Well, I should put a banner about chickens in charge. All right, just turning that off and doing this on. Oh. All right. So, oh, nice copyright free stuff. Well, that's nice. Yeah. Well, that there's a whole bunch of like variations of lo-fi beats that are built into StreamYard that I can use. I know, and I do appreciate you suggesting me putting the chickens in charge, because I also find humorous the idea of someone stumbling across the stream and just seeing rubber chickens and just going, "The fuck is happening here?" So Lugi's coming in with the good music. Nice. But you should definitely check out the Cult of the Lamb lo-fi on YouTube. It's because it's kind of spooky, because Cult of the Lamb is about a lamb who has a cult. Uh, so it's a little bit spooky. It's got a whole vibe happening. It's good. That's a whole thing. And now I have my ready-made cocktail. Like it's a bit of a zip. Could clarify. Oh, I could clarify this. I haven't done the milk powder clarification technique for a little while. So because you have to do this, like this in lo-fi and playing War Thunder. Yeah, and that's a lot of people find the whole lo-fi thing really helpful for concentration, studying, working on something, reading. It's really become popular in the last few years. I guess I'm old enough. Back in the 80s, 90s, we would have called it ambient music, Philip Glass and that type of thing. But yeah, just stuff that's got a vibe but is not really intrusive. Not bland like elevator music. I don't think lo-fi is like elevator music, but it's just, it's chill, it's got a vibe, you can feel it, but it doesn't require your concentration. Vicky, you're 32, you remember the 90s. Just barely. Just barely. I'm talking about being an adult in the 80s and 90s. I think when actually, what does the internet say when I ask, when did ambient music start? That auto completed. Mid 70s. When did it become popular? 70s and 80s. That makes it. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're calling Tangerine Dream ambient. Okay. Who's the father of ambient? Yeah, Brian Eno. Fuck yeah. He's credited with coining the term ambient music. Yeah, that makes sense. Brian Eno, father of ambient. I'll go along with that. Sorry, strictly say you have a date night thing doing it Tuesdays. Went to an Italian place. Didn't like how the menu worked. Ooh, $60 each. You want that to be really good Italian. Entree, choice of pasta, and the dessert. Wine was good. Well, there you go. Yeah, Mrs. Angry and I have a list of places because we do cocktails. I don't drink wine at all. Mrs. Angry might. I don't know. I don't drink wine at all though. So we find places that do food and cocktails. And another of our favorites is closing, which is a fucking downer. So I think we're down to half a dozen places. So if we do that every 2 weeks, that means we rotate through the places like every 3 months. which means we go to the places 3 or 4 times a year, depending. Oh yeah, and that's our thing. Good food, but also good cocktails. And yeah, now we're down to about half a dozen. Like we had a long enough list at one point. We were only going to places 2 or maybe 3 times a year. Now it'll be up to 4 times a year, which again, not bad for those venues, but kind of disappointed when a place we really like closes, which happens every now and then. Yeah, you want places that have house specials on the cocktails. Yeah, places that all just have the same list. Is like, nah. You want places that have their house cocktails, their specialties, and like I said, we've found some really good ones over the years. It's just every now and then one of them closes, which is a bit sad. Mm. Oh man, that's fucking good. Oh, every time I do that, and I always say this in the streams, when it's a drink I've made myself and I really like it, I'm like, man, that fucking kicks ass. I feel slightly pain. Yes, I know. Oh, and also, yeah, when I'm saying these places, it's just places that we can get to easily by public transport. If you include like the fucking city and the inner suburbs, there's dozens of places you could go to. Yeah, so Mildura, needles in a haystack, definitely, definitely. It's where it's good to develop your own stuff at home too. But yeah, if we, Jesus Christ, if we included the city and the inner suburbs, there's just dozens of places. So it's just we're out in the suburbs a little bit. We want places we can get to by public transport. And yeah, so it's funny me complaining. Oh, there's only 6 places we like. Micro, you gassy? Are you gassy, Marge? Are you gassy? It happens. But yeah, it's a whole thing. I like the things with passion projects. Like I did go. The reason I didn't stream last night is I went to a tasting event for local distillery Starwood, which is a place in South Melbourne called Casa de Vinos, which was quite nice. I had intended to excuse me, to record it, but I took all my camera gear there. I got there and it was like, oh no, this setup's wrong. This is not right. I won't do it here. So afterwards, I went up to the guy, David Vitale, who's the founder of Starwood, and said, look, I have a small YouTube channel. I do cocktails. I've wanted to do stuff about Australian distillers and menus. I wanted to record tonight, but it wasn't quite right. I'd love to get in touch with you and do a thing about Starwood. And he's like, yep, here's my details. And so it's like, fuck yeah. So I'm going to follow up with the founder of Starwood and do a thing at the Starwood distillery. It's a couple of things. Oh, Abigail will be back in all probability. Yeah, so Stricky Sega, it would have been magic, but I'm going to do it. So yeah, actually doing a video at the Starwood distillery is like, fuck yeah. And because God, this is the first time I've seen David Vitale talk. He was so passionate. And I was like, yeah, this is what I want. Someone here. You're homeless and in need of beans. It's you got to be careful in your car, having getting too gassy in your car, little constrained environment. Oh my God, that's so fucking yummy. Can't even describe what all the little flavors in that are. So good. Anywho. Okay. Well, how did we get onto beans? How did beans come into it? Somehow we got onto beans. Well, we got to sort things out. No more beans then. Okay. No more bean talk. Uh, Speaking of ambient. Oh, yeah. Ashes to Ashes is an interesting period for Bowie because Bowie's super influenced by Brian Eno. Um, Celtic in Minecraft. I don't smoke anything. I might have had hash brownies once. Magic mushrooms in Minecraft? Maybe. Am I a champion of hallucinogens? Maybe. Oh, Micah, I continue to have positive hope for you because you do have that sort of positive can do attitude to get on top of things. So I continue to have the positive hope for you working shit out, basically. Mm. Oh man, that's so funny. Now we're talking about Starwood. I feel like doing another Starwood comparison because I have a few pretty fucking obscure Starwood whiskies that I haven't even tasted for a while. Yeah, so that was one of the ones he did with Eno. Oh yeah, the Berlin trilogy. Well, that what was really interesting, and I watched this doco that basically suggested um, Bowie had uh, a very negative relationship with a record company. Yeah, so Ashes to Ashes and Lodger. So they were kind of good and artsy albums, but they were never going to be commercially successful. And it's because he was in a fight with a record company and they wouldn't let him out of the contract. Like he had to do X albums with them and they wouldn't release him from the contract. So he did really artsy stuff that, his heart was in, but like he knew wasn't going to be commercially successful. And then when he fulfilled the contractual obligation with these really artsy albums that weren't going to be commercially successful, and then he was out of the contract, straight out of the contracts, he did his biggest, most commercially successful stuff ever, just like as a fuck you to the record company. It's almost like he was saying, I could have done this commercially successful stuff all the time, but I wasn't going to give it to you, you pricks, which is kind of funny. Celtic, I think lots of people go to India to hang out and smoke pot with holy men. Because, geez, they do a lot of it. Oh, actually, Michael, here's the funny thing how much tobacco makes you need it. Makes you need to shit. I actually haven't heard that. Okay, so I don't do tobacco and I don't do coffee. People who do coffee always talk about how it makes you need to shit. I didn't know that tobacco did. I watched there's a channel on YouTube called Kurzgesagt, which started in Germany, and Kurzgesagt is a German term that means in a nutshell, which is like explain things simply. And they use animation to explain scientific terms. And yes, they've kind of been rightly criticized for taking money from some big corporates and then making some videos that were favorable to some big corporates. But generally speaking, some very good science on it. They had one about smoking and how when you've become addicted to nicotine, a single hit, like a single drag on a cigarette, will instantly set off all these pleasure centers in your brain and make you feel so good. But they didn't talk about having to shit. Coffee, yeah. Okay. I feel like this is literally the first time someone's telling me cigarettes make them shit. Okay, so strictly saying, yeah, coffee used to do too, but tobacco still does. Okay. See, I've never been a tobacco or coffee person, so I don't know. I'm learning. This is all a thing. Oh man, fucking cocktail's so good. Hey, Gecko. Not that late. It's only 10:40 p.m. here. It's Friday. It's party night. And hey to you, my friend. Haven't seen you for a little while. Hope you are. Michael, you're not drinking coffee? Yeah. It's just the tobacco doing it to you. Also, where are you? Because you're always all over the. I'm always impressed by where you are and what you're doing, Gecko. What are you doing? You just okay. You got to your job site for the day. So yeah, what are you doing now? Because I feel like you're always doing slightly different things and being all over the place, and I'm always interested to hear. So, Heine, you're here. Tobacco does that on you. Coffee too, but not so strong. Okay. Okay, you're in Dallas. Okay. Sophie, you never know. I might make it till 2. It's only 10:40. I'm feeling good. Okay, last little bit of this. Oh, good God, that's good. That's fucking yummy. I also have this vague temptation to milk clarify that cocktail because I love milk clarified things. So, what are you doing this week? You're doing access control, install a new building. Okay. Keeping you busy this week then. All right. I'm going to go over here. And just because we were talking about Starward whiskey, and I've got some pretty keen Starwards, I'm going to do a Starward tasting. Okay, so I'm going to get my mini Glencairn glasses. So this means doing 4 Starward whiskeys. I think I'll do 4. I haven't had enough. Okay. 4 Glencairns. There we go. I already know a couple of them are going to be. So, not the Lagavulin, because I actually had that last night. Musket barrel. So that's a very particular fortified wine, that one. Tawny. Hungarian oak. Okay, so that's 3. Thinking I might do. Oh, fuck it. I'm doing sticky toffee apple. Okay, so sticky toffee apple, small batch, to our one-off releases. This was matured in barrels that had previously had brandy in it. All right. So a whiskey matured or finished in barrels that previously had apple brandy. This is whiskey aged in Hungarian oak. So most are either in French oak or American oak. This is Hungarian oak. This is tawny, which is Australian port. Because of EU rules, you can only call it port if it's made in, I think it's parts of Portugal and parts of Spain. So the Australian winemakers who used to make port now call it tawny. And this is muscat, which is another grape variety. So this is aged in ex-muscat barrels. All right. Back in whiskey tasting, because I'm a sophisticated motherfucker. All right. All right. What did I miss while I was doing that? Shuki saying, you tried to quit, but you smell a cigarette like the mouse from Rescue Rangers. It smells cheese. Micro bowel muscles. Nicotine can trigger. I feel like you're on Wikipedia or something. Nicotine can trigger contractions in the bowels, stimulating the nurses. Loogie. Yes, the nose. Oh, sensor memory is wild. Mike, I reckon way back in the day, doctors, yeah, probably. Doctors used to prescribe cigarettes for all sorts of things. Oh, I had a Monster Energy drink before the stream, Gecko. so I could keep going for a while. I love the no sugar monster things. All right, so tasting whiskies. This one, sticky toffee apple. What's the ABV on this? 48%. The Hungarian oak, 50%. The tawny, 48%. And the muscat, 48%. So these are all 48 to 50% ABV. So what's that? That's 25% higher than an average whiskey. Oh, yeah. No, doctors fucking prescribed heroin and cocaine like it was going out of style. Late 19th, early 20th century. So who knows how long we're going to keep going? We'll see. Should you say your old babysitter was the ex-wife of the singer from Air Supply? Had to divorce because she had epilepsy. Doctor ordered to smoke cig. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That is a dodgy fucking doctor. Smoke ciggies to keep epilepsy under control. All right. So this is the toffee apple one. Aged in apple brandy barrels. Ooh, that's so nice. Like the aroma. I know they've called it toffee apple. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Probably parasuggestion working there. Oh, yeah. No, doctors used to smoke all the fucking time. People just smoked everywhere in the 20th century. Ooh. Oh. It's almost like, it's almost like Redskin lollies. Ooh. With a bit of alcohol burn because it's 48% alcohol. Damn. Is that Celtic? If you drink, too many energy drinks will fuck you up, man. And caffeine is a diuretic, as in something that makes you pee. You got to be real careful with energy drinks because they'll fuck you up. Gecko, still doing a school district camera project. Wow. Okay, so you are fucking busy, man. So I love that. Michael, you're saying stuff like you're not human. Don't worry, I'm not one of you. You are one of us. Sorry. Should we say you reckon making fresh coffee at home? Oh yeah, no. Caffeine is definitely a diuretic, as in making you pee. Luke, you're not a human. You're a brain floating in a skull. Stole the meat suit. Yeah, I mean, are we brains in jars? We could be. Just for really good programming. It's weird how much this makes me think of Redskin lollies. It doesn't literally taste like Redskins, but it's just like a sense memory thing, and it evokes that. Oh god, decent fucking burn, honestly. Damn. Okay, you get visual distortion state. Oh, drinking too hard's fucked up, man. Blind spots, flashy slowly. No. If you really hit it hard, your brain and various other body organs make you fucking pay for it. Because let's get real, alcohol's a fucking poison. Oh god, what are you gonna do? Wally Lewis, the rugby league player, had an MRI of his brain. Can't have been good. Just smashing into people all that time gives you brain damage. Yeah, coffee makes you fucking pee, man. It's a diuretic. Loogie, you're having computer issues running a full fire scans. 5 hours. Oh god. Oh god, you posted Wally Lewis's thing on Discord. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, what the fuck? That is not good. Okay, this is kind of a little image, but I will share it. A scan. You can see Wally Lewis's brain had, and that's from concussion. Wally Lewis's brain has fucking No, the various codes of football, including American football, fucking damages the people who do it. Pro NFL player will definitely more likely suffer brain damage because they just run straight at each other and fucking smash into each other. But rugby union and rugby league players do get knocked about a bit, but NFL players definitely more likely to have brain damage. Oh God. Okay, so we can actually Google it. Rugby players versus NFL players' brains. God damn. Yeah, okay. Who the heck knows what's happening with the scan there, honestly? Look at your display drivers. Ugh, yeah, who knows, man? Oh, Gecko, I'm saying they're all bad. Things like, oh God, do a fucking scan of boxers' brains for fuck's, or even like the TV, WWE wrestlers. Even though it's all scripted, those guys do serious physical activity, and a bunch of them have got brain trauma. So it's like when you say wrestling is fake, not saying there's no athleticism in and there's no skill in what the wrestlers do. It's scripted. The outcome is fake, but the activity they do is wild. Celtic, I'm super shit at sports. Actually, you know what? The most fun sport I played was Australian rules football. It's very fun. Oh yeah, state of origin. Top level rugby league, rugby union, people can get fucked up. Cricket's lame. I kind of enjoy cricket, I have to admit. Tricky there. Wally Lewis went off the other host who was saying rugby here. Yeah, yep. Again, Wally Lewis, who's a couple of decades playing it, I bet if the other commentators were not actual ex-players, he would get real angry at them if he's saying stuff like, no, these guys are out there smashing into each other. They're suffering terrible physical damage. You can definitely nap while there's a test match because, they go up to 5 days. Back in yon olden days, mid-20th century, test cricket didn't have a limit. Like they would keep playing till everyone had been out for 2 innings. It was a whole different thing. Gecko, you don't go out and play sports, but you're not terrible at volleyball. You can do a golf ball. Okay, I personally am bad at all sports, including golf. You nap for 2 hours and the team's only made 20 runs. Yeah, test cricket does not move very, very quickly. It just doesn't. All right. A little bit of water. All right. So that toffee apple was interesting and made me think of Redskins. Okay, so this is Hungarian oak. Celtic, you're off to bed. Have a good sleep, my friend. Oh, that's a good classic whiskey. Yeah, weirdly, it's making me think of leather, like a new leather jacket. Nice. So yeah, now we're all talking volleyball. Strictly say, yeah, losing an eye makes it tricky, but you're good at pool. Okay, well, that's a good one. Marco, you're on board with volleyball? Okay. Yeah, the 2020 cricket is wild because they've just gone, oh, you know what? The one-day cricket with 50 overs, that goes too long. We're just going to have a slog fest for 20 overs. What's that? Apples? Again, I'm shit at this saying what are those? But it's like apples and leather. Ah. Ooh, I like how that tastes. Oh, wow. Oh, it's this late sort of bitter thing on my tongue. It's very weird. Okay, I like Olympic. I'm just going to say it. I like the ladies Olympic beach volleyball because they're scantily clad and bouncing around. There you go. I'm a gross sexist man. I like fit ladies. Tour de France is a fucking weird thing. Volleyball is not very Australian. There's not a lot of Australians play volleyball, although our Olympic volleyballers tend to do fairly well. Loogie, oh god, you're just having all sorts of weird shit happening, freaking you out on the computer. God damn it! I have seen various folk playing volleyball at the beach. I have to admit. Oh yeah, Heine. The title was a reference to the US debate: Chronic Liar versus The Walking Dead. Okay, women's tennis I just find funny because they tend to do the grunting thing with the serves, stuff like, "Ah, and it's just kind of funny to me. Okay, this is not as sweet as the apple thing, but man, it really fucking lingers on the tongue. So you get a whole cavalcade of flavors in this one. Damn. Oh, tennis. I don't mind, like, just as a viewer, tennis. Tennis is a really interesting and athletic sport. Yeah, no, I preferred the toffee apple to the Hungarian oak, but this is not bad. This is really interesting. This fucking stays with you. Ooh, man, this is like it's kind of like cheaper whiskeys that aren't actually bad tend to be just one thing. And the longer this thing sits with me, it's just multiple different things. Like I've swallowed it, and it's like the vapors coming back up when I breathe out, and it's giving me other flavors. It's fucking wild. Mm. But I definitely prefer the toffee apple to the Hungarian oak. Oh, Gecko, what have you been? You've been selling stuff? What have you been selling on eBay? I've never been that into eBay, but I'm very keen to hear what your experience is. Oh, yeah, no, that is a legit thing. That would be true in Australia as well. If you sell stuff on eBay, you would have to declare it on your tax that you made money doing that. No, no, yeah, of course. So not we don't have to refer to the IRS, but an Australian on their tax would have to say, "I made this money selling stuff on eBay." So, honey, you sold a camera lens on 6 months? Damn. Okay, that didn't work. So, okay, you sold an alarm panel you recovered from a building, sold an audio amp you got tossed. There you go. Yeah, it's a bit nasty when the government goes, no, You made money doing that, so you got to pay tax. Yeah, it's a bit fucked, honestly. But it's not just you, man. We get it too. All right. So start with small batch to tawny number 2. So this was, I look at the label. This was put into a barrel in 2015 and bottled in 2022. So this sat in a barrel for 7 years, which is a long time for an Australian whiskey. So there you go. All right. What does this smell like? Ooh. This is a bit more dark chocolate than the other ones. What's this? So this is tawny. This is the port. Yeah, this has got real chocolate notes to it. Yeah, Safa, I'm getting super fucking Tim Smith. Well, I don't remember how much I paid for the tawny. Probably about somewhere between $150 and $170 for the bottle, at a guess. So it's like 3 bottles of Jack Daniels. That's always the measure I use. How many bottles of Jack Daniels is this? Probably 3 bottles of Jack Daniels. Sorry, I missed you. Okay, so Justin said US Texas citizens living abroad. Yeah. Well, that also reminds me of how Paul Hogan got in trouble because he dodged tax for a number of years because he told the US IRS he was paying tax in Australia, and he told the Australian Taxation Office he was paying tax in the US. And they both eventually found out he'd been lying to both of them, and he owed fucking tens of millions of dollars in tax. It's wild. Oh, that's nice. Oh no, like Safa limited edition Australian whiskies are like from $150 to $1,500. It's fucking wild. Also, yeah, Striki Sega, I do love a friend in the United States having the username Gecko. I do. So Gecko, you got a pile of stage lights, dim as you recovered from building, about to be on. Dude, I fucking love your hustle, man. Fucking kicks ass. Micro, if I'm looking straight up text money should go there, was it? Yeah, no, it gets fucking weird, man. Where you pay tax. Anyway. Oh my god, that's so, I swear to God, this smells so nice. It smells like chocolate. It's so fucking nice. Oh, that's a fuck ton smoother than the Hungarian oak, honestly. Ooh, I'm getting a little notes almost orange, almost like orange peel. And just is really lingering on my tongue again. Oh yeah, Gecko, you keep your eye open. Yeah, no, Loogie, Gecko is fucking recycling in a good way. Do you actually have geckos in the US, or lizards have a different? I don't know. I genuinely, I thought geckos were unique to Australia and Southeast Asia. Lizards are everywhere. Am I gonna? No, Safa, maybe, but let's just say no. I'm not blackout at the moment. A cornucopia of flavors. Excellent turn of phrase, Gecko. I love it. Yeah, this is a mix of chocolate and orange for some reason. That's really nice. God damn. Oh, that's incredible. Mm. So, Mike, you reckon geckos are in southern US? Is there you go. See, that's a big blank spot in my understanding. Yeah, this is whiskey with chocolate flavors, definitely. Oh no, that was these 4 I'm having here are really limited editions that you can't get anymore. So when these are gone, they're just gone. You can't get them anymore. I got them directly from Starwood. So just in most countries, if you live there, you pay taxes. Yeah, again, paying taxes because of where your parents are from, fucking weird. But again, governments love their taxes. So, Mike, you reckon geckos are from like Texas to Florida? Okay. Yeah, Luke, you're saying the southern states are infested with them. Okay. I yeah, no, birds here love to eat the geckos too, definitely. So, Marco, we know about. Oh, I worry about your infrastructure generally in the US, honestly. Okay, Gecko, you join. Thanks for dropping in, man. I always fucking appreciate you dropping in when you do. You're a busy fucking man, working hard. Do it. Yeah, Russia's not that good at getting taxes from people who are overseas. Like, are you a bit by a gecko? I remember I had a holiday once in Darwin, which is in the tropical north of Australia. So it's like Florida. Um, and so many geckos there. So you remember it turning your head, buddy. Oh yeah, Australian geckos will drop their tail too. Not just geckos, other lizards as well, like skinks and whatnot. Oh, holy shit. Okay. That tawny's fucking good. God damn. Ooh. Ah. Oh, god damn. Michael, you moved to Florida from New York when you were 10. Okay. Justin, paying taxes because you're born there, even though you found tax is fucking complex, and governments just fucking like getting tax out of you. Yeah. See, Loogie, Safa doesn't take offense. Safa is like happy he's not there. Safa, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like your family are like from the contested regions between Ukraine and Russia. Like you got lots of new shit to explore. Oh, locusts. We don't have big locusts here, actually. Yeah, Safa, lucky your mum moved to Australia. So you get to grow up. Oh, tree. I love frogs, dude. I fucking love frogs. We have a good spectrum of frogs in Australia. I think the Americas, North and South America, also have very cool frogs. Heiny, tech stuff. Okay. You bought a laptop, need new battery. Dude, Heiny, you know technical stuff way better. Also, next video project is almost definitely going to be at the Starwood Distillery in South Melbourne. But when we set it up, sometime in the next couple of weeks, I'll probably plan to pick you up from, I don't know, like Flinders Street or something and go to South Melbourne. We'll work it out. You and me and Greg will work it out to do a video project at Starwood in South Melbourne. Oh God, your mum's in Sevastopol. Okay. All right. It feels like Luigi knows what you're talking about. Justin. Oh God, redundancy. Well, it's the whole foreign national thing. We found weird shit in Australia, definitely. Google Florida locust. Imagine that fucking up your crops. I get it. Oh, yeah, no, honey, we'll definitely work it out. You, me, and Greg will work it out sometime in the next couple of weeks because I went to a thing last night and I met the founder of Starwood, David Vitale, and I said we want to do this thing, and he said yes, and he gave me his contact details. So sometime in the next couple of weeks, we will definitely we'll go to South Melbourne to the Starwood Distillery. We'll shoot some shit, and it's going to be cool. I also think we might build up to something because Starwood is worth doing a couple videos on, and could maybe be the centerpiece of the whole documentary idea. We'll work it out. I need to think some on it. Micro, you feel like Florida? Oh, Florida is like tropical north of Australia, far north Queensland or the Northern Territory, like Darwin and stuff. Definitely. We have a few fucking big spiders, quite honestly. Not as big as equatorial areas in Asia and South America, but we do have some big spiders. Doesn't your US tax return say you don't know because you pay in Australia? Well, see, and then it comes back to what I said about Paul Hogan. He told the US IRS he was paying tax in Australia, so you know that, and then he told the Australian tax told the Australian tax office he was paying the IRS, so you don't owe him anything, and he avoided tax for a few years till they worked out what he was doing, and then he was in lots of trouble. Oh, I think legit, Micro, there was a news story in the last week or two. Some scientists found a spider fossil in outback Australia that was like yay fucking big. It was this monstrous prehistoric spider. It was just like terrifyingly big. That's the whole thing. All right, a little bit more water. Okay, one more Starwood whiskey to try. This one is Muscat, which is a particular fortified wine. Oof. I'm gonna try this. Okay, I am well and truly fucking Tim Smithed at the moment, quite honestly. Oh yes, Safa, we absolutely had megafauna, giant wombats, giant kangaroos, all these fucking big things. Ooh, what does this smell like? I'm so bad at the words for these things. What does this smell like? It's just nice. Oh, it's like sweet and. So Micro found some stuff about megafauna in Australia. I don't know what any of that means. A giant spider, a giant tarantula. Okay. Oh yes, prehistoric horseshoe crabs were very big. Modern horseshoe crabs are also very big. So Micro, body length of 338, 30. Okay, so that's more than a foot. That's more than a foot diameter. Jesus fucking Christ. So there's a spider this fucking big, for fuck's sake. Hey, musical aviator, how you doing? Yeah, I'm going to do real bad with words. Musical aviator, you mean LARPing and the dwarves one? Yeah, no, Micro, that's more than a foot across, which is terrifying. Justin, if people say you should pay, yeah, no, I feel like you do pay your fair share if you're in Australia. I love Safa just randomly, you old musical aviator responsible for NBN stuff that he has no control over. It's just fucking. Look at your weed guy. Ah, dude, fuck yeah, dude. Get the green, man. Anyway. Muscat barrel whiskey. Also, I have had Muscat from a regional winemaker, It's really nice fortified wine. Oh, oh god, we're getting back into chocolate. This is smoother than the other ones. Oh my god, this is so nice. God damn. Oof, oof, this is so nice. God damn. Oh, oof. That's like, that is so sweet. Shit, that is nice. Damn. Micro, it's fucked up. You watch Cops from Georgia. There isn't of a pot. Smoke illegal wood you bought from Georgia. Criminal enforcement of stuff like weed is ridiculous. Oh god, sorry. Music elevator, you've just arrived. I've been drinking for 3 hours. You're just throwing weird stuff about bread, milk, and chicken and trains. I don't know what's going on. Just a US citizens aboard don't 5%. It is. You get state level laws, and so shit gets really weird. That even happens in Australia. Yeah, we even have state level laws. Notoriously, okay, there was someone who became a very famous bank robber in Australia because he worked out even within cities. This is like back in the 80s in Australia. He worked out the cops didn't share information even from suburb to suburb in the capital cities. So, what he would literally do with his gang was do a bunch of bank robberies in different suburbs in a capital city. And before the cops could share information, he would just fuck off and go to a different city and do another series of robberies. They did eventually catch him, and he's still in jail because he refused to tell them if he'd kept any money from the robberies. He probably has literally millions of dollars stashed somewhere. He's known as the postcard bandit. I forget his real name, but it's fucking wild. Honestly, Safa, I think that's a safe call. An hour ago, my brain was way more active. And in the last hour, I just had the one cocktail and the whiskey tasting, and I'm much less fucking cogent, quite honestly. What are you saying, Justin? Horror stories of people who don't speak English finding out. Oh, God. I can just imagine when the US IRS is after you how bad it is. Music elevator, flight sim stuff got released this week. See, okay, I'm not a flight sim guy, but I watch all these people doing Red Dead Redemption 2 role play on a couple of servers, and there's one server called Wild RP released this huge update this week that all this extra stuff, and then all the people who've been doing role play are just absorbed and going, "Oh God, what's all the shit I can do on this now?" They're fucking wild. I love that as a statement, Micro. Where are we? State is state and federal are federal. And yeah, but it's fucking complicated, man. Sorry, Safa, that's really good. As in deep state. Yeah, it's the fucking deep state. That's Jesus Christ. And yes, that's the weird thing. You're right. Micro, because various states legalized marijuana dispensaries, but I don't know that it has been federally. So ATF, which is federal, could raid dispensaries, but they'd make people angry. It's complex. The US definitely make shit way more complex than it is in Australia. We do have a federal police, but they do fuck all, basically. Policing is done at the state level in Australia. Oh, I've only been doing little sips of these, but these are like, 50% ABV, so 25% more alcohol than the bog standard whiskies, which probably explains why I feel like I'm making less sense than I was. Ah, ah, and I legit don't want to lay claim to making a whole bunch of sense, honestly. Safa, yeah, you probably don't want to go to Russia, just in case they want to conscript you. Michael, what are you saying? After Obama came in, the US started acting like cool parents. Goddamn. Yeah, you can do it. We don't want to see it, but you don't. Yeah, just that's. It was almost with drugs. It was like a don't ask, don't tell thing. Yeah. So what are you saying? The bank figures out you're born in the US. Yeah, it's fucking tax, man. Tax is fucked up. The idea that weed, marijuana, whatever, is regarded as worse than alcohol is ridiculous. Alcohol's terrible. And I say this as someone who is currently fairly fucked up on alcohol. Alcohol is legal almost everywhere, and it's fucking ridiculous. It's dangerous. Honestly, okay, Safa, I reckon Biden on a good day can be a cool grandpa. On an average day, he's a fucking senile grandpa, honestly. Yeah, Micro, it's don't ask, don't tell. That is the thing with Obama. It was like kind of, okay, if we don't make a big deal of it, we'll just let it slide. Okay. But if you make a big deal of it, we might have to do something. But goddamn. Okay. I feel like I should go and get A, some more ice, B, another non-alcoholic thing to drink. Oof. Oh, tasty, tasty, tasty as fuck. So my grandpa's like a grandpa used to do dope shit. Now they're losing. Yeah, grandpa who's losing his shit. That is Biden. Biden is a grandpa who is kind of cool, but now is maybe losing his shit. And yeah, there are definitely countries that could give you the death penalty for alcohol. Iran, I would not want to bring alcohol into Iran, for instance. Okay, I think I'm maybe going to do a chickens in charge thing for a minute or two. I'm going to get some. The main thing is I'm going to get some more ice. I think it's time to do another non-alcoholic beverage, quite honestly, because if I drink more alcohol, it's only 11:30. I don't think if I drink more alcohol now, I'm not necessarily going to last much longer. So I think I'll go out and get some ice, get another non-alcoholic beverage to drink. I think I'll do a toilet. Okay, so you know what? This is all shaping up to chickens in charge. Ugh. The whole thing. Can I get chickens? Come on, fucking get it together, chickens. Chickens in charge. I cannot see a goddamn thing. Okay, let's do this. Chickens in. Can you guys face that way? There we go. Chicken's in charge. So I think let's do a different, what's this one? Night driving. Put a banner on. damn. Chickens. Alright, stop the music. Oh, stop the banner. We're all good. God damn. Justin, you still live in Indonesia? I work with the guy who spent a lot of time in Indonesia, actually. Micro, any country that plays Call to Prayer out of loudspeakers? I know that's mainstream. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, the Call to Prayer is not a fringe thing; it's like a mainstream thing. It's like communion in a Catholic church. Oh, what are we coming up? It's only 11:30. We'll see how we go. I think passion fruit and pineapple now. Christ, I missed my glass. Had lemon and lime earlier. Now I'm having passion fruit and pineapple. The whole the loudspeaker thing is a cultural thing, definitely. Oh, goodness me. Ugh. But the call to prayer is, I don't know, like bells ringing on a cathedral. Shannon, hello. Keeping right with us at the 11:30 hour. I'm like struggling on. I just have a little wee break. Oh yes, come on. If there's something you need to say, okay, I will. Okay, I need to. If you want to come on, I need to copy a thing, and I need to go on Facebook. Oh, goddamn, why is it doing this shit to me? Come on. Get it together. Oh, there you go. Putting that in for Shannon. Yeah, the US doesn't need loudspeakers, just all the churches that are there. It's a wild thing. Oh, God, sorry. I've got yawns. Yawns. Right, and now I'm just going to drink some mineral water because I'm fucking sophisticated. Drink that, and now I'm potentially Grasshopper's more sober than me. How are you doing, Shannon?
It's not too hard to be more sober than you, Angry. What are you drinking?
Literally, this is mineral water. I'm taking a break for half an hour or so.
Okay, what have you been drinking?
Oh, God. Lots of whiskey, basically.
You and whiskey, never.
I know. No, I did a little tasting. 4 of my more obscure starward whiskies there that I haven't really done a tasting on for a while. It's like, yeah, you know what? I paid a lot of money for those, and they've been sitting on my shelf for ages. I should do a comparative taste and see what they're like. And they're all like 50% ABV. So it's like, damn.
And how are they tasting? Are they tasting all right, though?
Oh, hell yeah. They were really good.
That's good. So, no, I got really fantastic news yesterday.
What was that?
Okay, so my oncologist got me to go in for a scan on Monday.
Yeah.
Have a look at a new scan versus the old. I've had two lots of scans before the ones that I had on Monday just gone.
Yeah.
And they wanted to compare all three of my scans. So the first scan was the initial diagnosis. The second scan was to see exactly how far it had spread, how bad it was, all of that sort of shit. This
Mhm,
scan
mhm.
was to see how the cancer had progressed since starting the cabozantinib.
Mhm, mhm.
All of my tumors have shrunk, all of them.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
So
yeah.
all of my metastases. So for those who aren't in the know, metastases is where the cancer has spread to in your body. It is not the main mass. The main tumor itself is in my kidney, but in some people it can be their stomach, their pancreas, their liver, whatever the case may be. For me, it's kidneys. When it spreads, it's called metastases. And of course, they want that cancer that has spread to be affected by the drug that you're on. 21st century medicine for the fucking win. You were not wrong, Micro.
Fuck yeah.
So they are looking for reduction in that. What they were hoping for more than anything else was negative progression of disease. So
Mhm,
what we were hoping for was no new cancers anywhere, and
mhm.
the cancers that I already had hadn't spread further. Well, turns out the complete fucking opposite. You fucking kidney punch that cancer, my guy. Thank you, Micro. Um,
Micro is 1,000,000% on your side right now.
so yeah, no, the primary tumor has stayed the same size, which is to be expected. That's perfectly fine.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
all of the metastases have shrunk, all of them,
Fuck yeah.
which is really fucking fantastic news.
Yeah.
Absolutely over the fucking moon. Uh, the doctor, or the oncologist, I should say, is that happy with the progress that I've been making on the cabozantinib without showing any of the personal details. I could put that up there. As you can see, I'm on 40 milligrams a day,
Mhm.
uh, and she wants to cut me down to 20 milligrams a day
Okay.
because the side effects from this are really starting to take effect.
Okay.
Uh, really, really, really painful rash from
Oof.
like about
Okay.
here all the way down to my feet. Every day I've got to slather up with fucking lotions and steroid lotions and shit like that.
Oh, yeah,
It's,
yeah,
I
yeah,
fucking hate it. Very uncomfortable.
yeah.
But yeah, no, she's hoping that dropping down to 20 milligrams a day will shred the need for that. And also, possibly, just possibly, give me back my sense of fucking taste, which would be
Oh,
lovely.
oh, so many cancer patients say that the medication completely robs the sense of taste. Yeah.
It does, yeah. Went out to Thai food the other night for a friend's birthday, and I always order a chicken pad Thai from this Thai place just down the road from my place. If you
Mm.
ever come up to New South Wales and you're ever at my place, I am taking you to this Thai food place. You don't have a
Yep.
choice. Best fucking Thai
Yeah, yeah.
food in all of New South Wales. And yeah, there's normally give you back his tasty guns.
You'd
Hey,
almost think Micro was an Australian saying that.
um, yeah, so they usually have like 2 or 3 slices of chili on top of my chicken pad thai, which I normally
Yeah.
take off because I'm Scottish, I'm white, I don't do spice. So normally just take them off and eat away, and I'm good. I swear to God, you better let him taste pussy again. And I thought to myself, you know what? I can't fucking taste anything. I'm going to eat a slice of chili, and
Do
I'm,
it.
I'm
Yes,
just
do it.
just got to see if that has an effect. Turns out chili still really fucking affects me. Holy shit, that was a mistake. That was a big fucking mistake. I'm like, give me my drinks, fucking Jesus. And I'm digging into everybody's fucking drinks after I've had this fucking slice of chili. When
God
that finally
damn.
calmed
Okay.
down, though, but when that finally calmed down, I could actually taste the rest of my dinner.
Jesus. Okay. Gosh.
So
Isn't it
that
sort of
was
like you had this rush of blood, like, I can't taste anything. I'm going to have a big chunk of chili. And it's like, bam.
and I don't know what it is. It must have washed whatever the fuck it is that's coating my tongue off, so that way I could actually like taste dinner. It was fucking lovely too. So my sincere hope is the cutting down to 20 milligrams a day as opposed to 40 milligrams a day will give you back my fucking sense of taste. Because I miss food. I really do. I miss food. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
fucking over the
Ah,
moon with that.
okay.
Safa says that I sound better today. That's because I'm doing better, Safa.
Voice.
Woo, the future is now. Cancer took my grandmother. Micro cancer took my grandfather and also my brother. So I
Oh.
feel that. Imagine
Yeah,
if
no,
you actually beat
in
this
my
thing.
family, it's like mother, father, aunt, uncle, sister. It it's enough to
Fuck.
make someone paranoid, quite honestly.
Yes. Imagine if you actually beat this shit. Justin, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for me. This is a terminal
A question of
diagnosis.
how many years we're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what we're talking about.
And that's where
Uh,
the miracle drugs are opening up possibilities.
yeah. Grasshopper, did you watch the National Press Club on Wednesday this week at all? I did not suffer.
And
You
I'm
should have
intrigued,
tried.
Harper, what the fuck was on the press club this week?
I should have tried a whole jar of Vegemite instead. I love Vegemite on toast. Why the fuck would I ever give up Vegemite on toast?
Yeah.
Did anyone peep that funny 30-second video I shared in the memes channel? I did not, Micro.
No, I've missed it. Okay, what was it? I need to. Gecko
Safa
posted
was
it.
saying a cancer doctor was on. Micro, you're not wrong. Yeah, it is about quality of life. And that's what the cabazantinib has given me back is my quality of life. Before the cabazantinib, I was completely bedridden. The rash being painful and uncomfortable to deal with is a small price to pay
Mm.
versus how I felt before I started this medication. So no, I'd stick with it regardless. It's basically like when an American becomes Australian.
Oh yeah, no, it was actually a really funny video Micro posted, and it's just an American in the car with some Australians talking shit to people, but then he makes the mistake of saying something about put a shrimp on the Barbie, so they slam on the brakes and throw him out of the car and say, "Get fucked, get out."
It's funny over in America they want you to say certain words because they just want to hear it with an Australian accent,
Yeah,
which I always found it funny. I lived the better part of a year in Florida, and then I was just under a month in New York. And the amount of times I got asked to say the N word.
yeah. Well, I remember way back when I was at school, which is in the fucking Stone Age, someone I know who did an exchange to the US, and he said, he came back and said, "Yeah, I was like at the school assembly," and they went, "Say something in Australian," and he just went, "Oh, geez, I don't know what you blokes want me to say. It's really weird, Struth. I don't know what's up," and they all laughed and went, "Yeah, that's it. That's what we want."
Yeah, no, that's it. And like Steve Irwin over there was sort of like, a fucking demigod in his own right. The Americans fucking loved him. And
Mm.
when you talk to the Americans about why they loved him, it had nothing to do with the fact that he said things like crikey or struth or, any of that. It was because of like the real passion that he had about habitat loss for animals and like, real like animal
He's
care and like actually giving a shit about things like that.
deeply sincere person. Yeah.
He was, yeah, yeah. And it looks like his son's following in his footsteps as well, which is really great.
Yeah. Yep, it's good. And like one of his things, like Steve Irwin set up a simple thing, like when the money from the zoo and stuff, we're just going to buy wilderness areas of Queensland
Yeah,
just to stop them being developed.
that's it.
We're just going to buy up all this land so it won't be developed. Yeah, actually, left field. Robert Irwin, for whatever reason, got nominated for a Gold Logie,
Yeah, wasn't
which
he on
doesn't
some
make
reality
any
TV? Like,
sense.
I'm a celebrity in Africa or some shit?
Yeah.
Something to do with that? I don't know. I mean, Robert Irwin sure he knows a lot about animals, I'm sure, but I don't think he's a survivalist.
No, it's very weird.
I mean, on that same
Okay,
token,
I'm
survivalists
lo-
are fucking weird people. When I
I'm
went to the
loving this
vet, I
from the
wasn't
US
really going to say certain
perspective
words because I guess I
because
said it
Micro's
with
on
the
the
earphones.
East Coast, and
Keep going.
people on the West Coast want him to say things like coffee.
Coffee or hot dog. It's like when they hold up a fucking glass of beer and, you'd say, oh, that's a schooner. And they'd look at you like, the fuck is a schooner?
I remember because I grew up in New South Wales and I'm in Victoria now, but I remember being in a bar once and the guy next to me orders a beer and the barmaid is like schooner or midi, and the guy went completely blank again because he was from Victoria and they were like pops and whatnot, and he's completely blank and he has no idea what to say. And I just went to him, do you want a little beer or a big beer? I said, big beer is schooner, little beer is midi. And he goes,
that was
I want a big one. You want a schooner then? And I said, don't worry, schooner is less than a pint.
yeah, yeah, not by much, but yes.
And he's like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, my mate Troy, he rapidly figured out that when in America, if you need to go outside to have a cigarette, you do not say, excuse me, I'm going out to have a quick fag. People in America will get very confused and very upset with you.
Yep. But also I do remember because of course a literal older English word faggot was a bundle of sticks for a
Yep,
fire.
yep,
Uh,
yep.
and I remember 80s direct to video stuff, horror comedy thing that Vincent Price was in, and um, there was a stupid, ridiculously camp character in it. And when Vincent Price is telling his coven to set up a fire for a sacrifice, he go, gather the faggots and burn them. And this really camp voice goes, I'll be nice. It's just every time Vincent Price went, burn the faggots, he's going, oh, stop it.
One of the shows that I couldn't stand the style of comedy on, but became popular in its own right for a short while there, was Mrs. Brown's Boys. Did you ever see any of that?
Oh, God, Mrs. Brown's Boys. Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever truly understand the humor in that, but
No.
there was one part of that that really did make me laugh, and it was one of the like off script things that the guy that played Mrs. Brown, he played that on one of the main characters there. Like, the guy's supposed to walk off stage and he's like, oh, Rory, before you go, no, you need to come and sit down. And you can see the look on the guy's face. Like, he's confused, he's worried, and he's wondering what the fuck is going on. And he sits down at the kitchen table. And the guy that plays Mrs. Brown turns around to him and he goes, Roy, have you seen Mrs. Jones's pussy? And the look on the guy's face when he says it to him is just absolutely priceless. It had me rolling on the floor with laughter.
Yeah.
And it is the only part of that show that I found funny. One of my
Yeah.
housemates thinks it's the funniest thing that he's ever watched. And he's put on every episode. And it's not like, I've never really gotten English humor, But like toilet English humor is even worse to me,
Yeah.
I think. Like, I'd prefer to watch Monty Python, and that's saying something because I can't fucking stand Monty Python.
Mm.
I'm one of
Yeah.
those. I'm one of those Philistines that don't. I never thought Monty Python was funny, with the exception of the Argument Clinic. I never found any of their skits funny.
Yeah. But again, humor is extremely subjective. But I agree with Micro. It's like when you're with a gay dude who will say all the slurs. It's like being with someone black who uses the
The
N
N word.
word. And
Yeah.
it's just like, and I have a video on it because this literally happened because my whole YouTube thing is originally I had this grand idea I was going to use stand up. I was going to do stand up comedy and I was going to use YouTube to work out some material. But then I quickly worked out YouTube had a much bigger audience than any stand up thing. But I was in the Comics Lounge in Melbourne on an open mic night, and there was this black guy from the southern US. And there's no other way to say it. He's going like, yeah, you know, he's going, you're my nigger. You should say I'm your nigger. And I went, dude, I am not going to say that, okay? Because you're fine and you're saying say it and whatnot, and I get comfortable, but I would get too comfortable. And as I said on the YouTube video, I said, then I would say it to the wrong nigger and shit would go south really fast. It's just like, so I'm not going to say it because if you're saying like, yeah, say it because it's cool. And I'm like, yeah. And then I'll get too comfortable and then I'll say it to the wrong person at the wrong time and shit will go south and it will be my fault. It will be my fault for making assumptions and doing what, and it's like that. So as much as I appreciate you saying I can do it, I'm not going to
Yeah.
because it will just come back at me in a terrible way.
You know, it's just one of those things. When I was in Florida, there was this guy that he fell in love with Troy and I the moment that he met us because the Aussie accent and all of that.
Mm, mm, mm,
And
mm,
at
mm.
the time, I actually had a Nakubra. It's somewhere still around here, but it doesn't fit my
Yeah.
fat head anymore. Uh, and yeah, no, like I wasn't wearing the Akubra to try and live up to any kind of Aussie thing.
It was just a
I
hat.
wore it
Yeah.
because it was a hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, this guy fell right in love with this African American dude by the name of Sonny. Fell right in love with this, heard the Australian accent, wanted to know everything about Australia. And he used to come to the hotel all the time, hang out with us, have dinner with us. This is really great. Really lovely guy. He gave us both the N pass. Both Troy and I give us both the N pass amongst
Yeah.
him and his friends. And Troy took full advantage of it. Troy was saying that word every chance that he got, and
Yeah.
I flatly refused to.
Yeah.
I kept on saying no, and every time that they asked me why, I always came back to because I grew up with an Aboriginal family that lived
Yeah.
just up the road from where I grew up, and they explained to me the hurtfulness and the pain that words like that we
Yeah.
use for Aboriginal people cause them.
Yeah.
And hearing their stories ripped my fucking still beating heart out of my chest.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, no, if it's having that kind of an effect on Aboriginal people,
Mm.
calling a black person the N word, especially if you're fucking white,
Yeah.
like
Oh
the
yeah,
implications of
it's
that are
a
just
horrible,
huge.
abusive thing. And no,
No,
Indigenous
they don't.
Australians don't tend to use it as
They do not.
African Americans do. And in fact, there's white people have had a whole spectrum of slurs for Aboriginal Australians that Aboriginal Australians aren't on board with. But here's the thing: blackfella generally is not a slur. There's blackfella, whitefella, and but
Blackfella
it's really funny. I
is
was saying it.
widely accepted, actually.
Yeah.
Black, yeah,
Um, I love it. There's the old Rumpy Band song, and this is like from the 80s. Black fella, white fella, um, yellow fella, any fella. I remember saying it and whatnot, and someone I was working with, and she's pretty cool, but she was a white New Zealander. And when I just said something about black fellas and white fellas. She thought I was talking slurs, and she was freaked out. And I went, "Oh God, no! It's not a slur.
No.
And it's not even like the N word with African Americans. It's just not. It's just not a slur."
No, well, I mean,
And
I wouldn't refer to an African American as a black fella,
yeah,
personally, but like I still know the Aboriginal family that I grew up with, for instance.
no,
When I meet when
I
I meet
wouldn't
their
say it to an
uncles,
American. I
yeah,
wouldn't
no,
say it to an American.
when I meet their
It-
uncles and their aunties and stuff like that, if I refer to them as a black fella or a black woman, they're like, yep, yep, they it's perfectly acceptable. That's fine.
yeah.
But no, there's other slurs that don't bear repeating, so I'm not
No,
even going to. But
Australians managed to come up with a whole spectrum of slurs for Indigenous people,
and
and
yeah,
they're not good.
like I said to Sonny, I said the effect that I got taught about growing up about those words means that I don't say those words. I said, and I don't think that those words have as much of an effect on Indigenous Australians as it would on African Americans being called the N word from a white person. I
Yeah,
believe that has actually got more racism and more hatred behind it. And I'm not a racist and I'm not a hateful person, or at least I try not to be. So I flatly refuse to say it until I, just to make his day, I did it once and it was really, really funny. So the day finally comes that Troy and we need to leave Florida. We need to go to New York. And we decided to drive from Florida to New York. Never do it. If you ever go to the States and you're in Florida, don't fucking drive it.
yeah.
Fucking fly it. Don't drive it. It was horrible. But we're in the cab. We're leaving the hotel. The cab's taking us to where we're getting the rental car. And we're pulling out the driveway. And I wound out my window. And I didn't think about it, but the guy that was driving the cab was black. And I didn't think about it, did I? And I stuck my head out the back window and I've turned around to Sonny and I've gone, I'll catch you later, my N-word. Love ya. Full hard R with the N-word. And
Yeah,
Sonny's like, yes,
yeah,
thank you. I love you. He's chasing down the cab trying to give me a hug. Oh my God, I fucking love you. Oh my God. Cab
yeah.
takes off. Cab driver just kind of glares at me through the fucking revision mirror like, the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
To this day,
Also,
that cab driver must have thought I was the biggest dick.
yeah, yeah. It's again, context is all, and yeah, Marco is saying when people try to use slurs against white people, it doesn't work when there isn't an institutional structure in place to oppress you. Someone from an oppressed minority tries to do a slur against me as a white person. I'm going, yeah, that doesn't
Yeah,
really affect me. That doesn't really demean me. That doesn't really take any power away from me.
when I've been in China,
It's
I've
just
been
not the
referred.
same.
When I've been in China, I've been referred to as a guilo. When I was in America, got referred to as cracker more times than I could count. Being called white boy when I've gone to like indigenous football matches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The zero effect. There's no history or any form of oppression to do with those words towards my fucking skin color.
I bet Micro being called ugly hurts worse.
If they call me ugly, I'm just like, congratulations, you have eyes that work.
Yeah.
You know,
I know what you said about Guilo cracks me up because I worked at Lonely Planet back in the time when the internet hadn't completely replaced books. So the Lonely Planet travel guides were still a thing. And if you've never heard the term guilo, the closest translation to it from Chinese is white ghost. And it was literally because compared to Chinese people, Europeans were so pale, they were suspected to be
Oh,
ghosts. And it was different between generations. And there was a really funny thing I read. It was a Caucasian Lonely Planet writer who spent a couple years in China, and he made friends with people from his own generation, but there was this old woman who was always muttering like curses at him. And he worked out what she was saying to the younger people was, stop talking to the ghost because the ghost won't go away if you acknowledge it. And it was not literally don't talk to the white person because they won't go away. The old woman was literally going, no, that guy is a fucking ghost. He's a spirit and he's infecting this place, and the way to make them go away is to not acknowledge they're there. Uh, and he said his first thing was like she was just being really racist and saying, if you don't be friends with me, I'll leave. And it's like, no, she literally believed he was a ghost. And the younger generations were like, yeah, she's crazy, don't worry about it.
I loved going to China with the guy that was best man at my wedding. His name's Michael. Michael stands 6'9" tall and has long red hair.
Oof.
You
Yep.
get off the plane in China being
Yeah.
6'9" with long red hair.
Yeah.
Before you get out the airport, you were going to get stopped 35 times by random strangers asking to get a photo with you.
Yeah, they will just stare at you and they'll take photos.
It is
Again,
a real thing. Yeah. Going to China with Michael was really entertaining.
yeah,
We got fed for free more times than I could count because the owner of the restaurant just wanted a photo with Michael.
yeah.
It was great.
Also, the thing that's different with a lot of, and now I'm going to Japan rather than China, but a lot of Japanese people believe in supernatural things. They're like what's known as animist religious beliefs,
Oh, they're
believing in
superstitious
spirits
as
and
fuck.
whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I used to like explain to my kids when they were little, and when we were watching Studio Ghibli films, things like My Neighbor Totoro and a few of the other ones, to go like, you need to understand in Japan, a lot of people believe this literally. Like we're watching it as like a fairy tale thing. But it is still to this day, a decent number of people in Japan believe this stuff about spirits and whatnot, literally. And another Lonely Planet story, uh, one of the guys was writing in Japan, and because it's kind of like just out of Tokyo in a rural area, you could get a really big house for almost nothing because people didn't want to live in the country. And this guy, this story, he was a Caucasian, and he had a friend who was like, and she was Caucasian blonde, and she did bleached her hair white. She was really into goth stuff, but rather than wearing black, she was wearing white lace and stuff. And he'd finally convinced some of his Japanese friends to come out from Tokyo to visit this old wooden house and whatnot, and it had spider webs everywhere. And he said these guys from Tokyo pulled up in a car and I hadn't told them about my friend who was like 6'2", bleach white blonde and wearing goth makeup, wearing white lace stuff, and there were spider webs around the house. And she had just kind of picked up a bit of spider web and was trailing a spider off her hand just as this car of these guys from Tokyo pulled up. And they were just seeing this 6'2" white makeup, bleach blonde goth with a spider off her hand. And they just pulled up and saw her and went, get fucked. And just kept going. They were just like, no, she's a witch. Fuck off.
Yep, no, we're the fuck out of here. Yep. No, a friend of ours came over, or a friend of ours. So one of my best friends in the world, lovely, lovely, lovely lady by the name of Volpe. She moved to Denmark for a few years. About 8 years she was in Denmark. Loved it over there. She had to come back home for various reasons, and now she lives back in Australia, which is great
Mhm.
because I get to see her all the time. But she'd made quite a few friends over in Denmark. And since she's been back in Australia, quite a few of her friends from Denmark have come over to Australia to visit.
Mm.
And we take them on the normal touristy things they do, the Harbour Bridge climb and go and see the Opera House and all of that sort of shit. See the Centrepoint Tower or ANZ Tower or whatever the fuck it's called now. And just take them around a bit so that way they get to see Sydney. But then we'll do things like take them to Bondi Beach, take them to Manly, take them to Cronulla, and show them what, really nice beaches are made of and stuff like that, especially if it's summer. Turns out there aren't that many crabs in Denmark.
Oh.
And those rock pools that you
Yeah.
get around the beaches in
Yeah.
Sydney? I don't know if it's the same in Melbourne, but you get quite a few crabs around
Yeah.
these rock pools. So we've taken two of these guys to a rock pool in a place called Glebe. Anybody that knows New South Wales will know Glebe.
Yeah.
We've taken them,
In a Sydney suburb. Yeah.
not too far away from Randwick.
Yeah.
So we've taken them out to this rock pool. This wave has come over into the rock pool and probably washed in about 6 or 8 crabs. And you have never seen two whiter guys turn an even brighter shade of white and move faster in your life because these crabs landed right next to them in this rock pool.
If you've never seen crabs, they probably look really demonic.
Crabs freak me out. They're the spiders of the ocean. They freak me out.
They are literally.
I don't go piss bolting.
They're more closely related to spiders than anything that lives in the water.
I don't give a shit. They're the spiders of the ocean. They're fucking.
Yeah.
They're creepy as hell.
Yeah, and also I used to, as soon as you said rock pools, I always loved when I was in New South Wales, going among the rock pools and seeing crabs, and they do that weird shit with their little claws where they pick things off and eat it. Whatnot. If you've never seen one, they look super demonic. They're
Oh, they really are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're creepy. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Yeah.
They're fucking creepy. The only ones that aren't creepy are those tiny little hermit crabs. Those really small ones. They're the only ones that don't creep me out. But those ones, especially the ones with those giant fuck off claws, get the fuck away from me.
My personal favorite are the ones where it's like their right claws really big and their
the left one's kind of small. Yeah,
they're really weird. They're like asymmetrical. It's really fucking weird.
And you also know just how much fucking damage that big claw of theirs can do as well.
Yeah, they can crack shit. And you get the ones, I think you get them in some areas of Australia, but certainly when you get into the Pacific Islands, the things that are known as coconut crabs that are legit like
I've seen them in real life.
Yeah.
They are fucking massive and get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
They are huge.
They are freaky.
Get them the fuck away from me. I love watching. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Years ago, I loved watching Gordon Ramsay videos on YouTube until I figured out exactly how much of a bully and a cunt he really is, and now I have nothing to do with him whatsoever.
Yeah.
But before I knew how much of a bully and a cunt he really is, I used to love watching his videos on YouTube. And there's one video where he actually goes diving for king crab. And the size of the fucking things that he pulls out of the water. Holy shit. These things are huge.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. And Marco talking about spider crabs with the freakish longs. You get them in some Asian seafood restaurants here. And the really long legs are like a delicacy. They're cooked in a particular way and you crack them out. Yeah, spider crabs are fucking weird.
Yeah, and I'll say this for clarification. I don't give a shit if it's Marco Pierre White. I don't give a shit if it's Gordon Ramsay. I don't give a shit if it's any other chef in the world. Marco Pierre White and Gordon Ramsay are both bullies. They're both cunts, and they could both get fucked. I don't give a shit if they're the best chefs in the world. That's what they are.
Yeah.
And you cannot convince anybody sane otherwise.
Yeah. I also agree with Heine that a lot of deep sea life may as well be aliens. And Michael, you're talking about some squids. To me, is you get way bigger. And in fact, this is the thing that freaks me out. What we don't know that's in the depth, in the high pressure areas of the ocean. Whales have surfaced, either alive or dead, that have sucker marks that are about this big. And people have extrapolated and said the octopus or squid that has a sucker this big is of such a terrifying size that we don't want to. It's somewhere deep in the ocean are literally science fiction monsters.
And of course, all of the shit that's deadly that'll kill you in the ocean is all of the shit that's at the surface.
Yeah.
You know, stonefish and blue ring octopus and fucking box jellyfish and shit like that. They're all at the surface. You get down into the deeper waters, I think you're more worried about like one of those giant fucking suckers drowning you.
They're just, you know? There is possibly freakishly large giant things in the depth. God, as soon as you said blue ring, I remember a video from a couple of years ago, an American tourist in Australia who picked up a cute little octopus that was in a rock pool. And they're doing it, and it was a blue ring, and all the rings are coming up, and every Australian sees it and goes, "You fucking idiot!"
Every Australian that I knew was like, "How the fuck are you still alive?"
It was like a 10-to-1 chance it didn't actually bite them with the neurotoxin, which fucks you up almost instantly. And it's also because they picked it up, all the blue rings were just fluorescing. And Australians were like, how do you not know that little fucker has a neurotoxin that will send you to intensive care in fucking... And it was some weird random chance that the little octopus never bit them. And it was
beyond
like,
lucky.
Oh, damn.
Beyond lucky. Like, that person should never buy a lotto ticket because they used all of their fucking luck right there.
Yeah.
Like, and that's all there is to it.
And it was funny when the person got the responses. And at first, I think they thought Australians were taking the piss like we do with drop bears and whatnot. And then like, no, universally, dude, that thing has a neurotoxin that will fuck you up like you will not believe.
Generally speaking, if we see a blue ring octopus inside of rock pools, we have a tendency to turn around to everybody and go, there's a blue ring octopus there. And people have a tendency to kind of go, okay, and go that way.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid messing around in a rock pool, sort of chasing a crab around thinking, can I get it? And it was a big rock pool, and I was actually in the rock pool. It was between ankle and knee deep, and I'm just chasing this crab around, and it went under an overhanging rock, and when it shot under, an octopus shot out the other side, and it had these angly blue rings. And I swear to God, I did not know I could jump that high vertically.
It
was just like, it happened so fast. I was just like, what the fuck? And it's just because the crab shot under an overhang, and an octopus that I hadn't been able to see was under there, and it shot out, and it was angry, and its blue rings came out. I was like, no, we're done. We're done for the day. Don't go in there.
I have a healthy respect for snakes. I'm not afraid of them by any stretch, but I have a healthy respect for them.
Absolutely, that's how you should be.
Yeah, so no, I don't fuck with them, and they don't fuck with me, and that's fine. But one time I did come home, and I found a carpet python that my brother had left the back door open, and the snake had made itself at home, and it was underneath our coffee table. And I could tell by looking at it that it was just a general everyday carpet python, nothing to worry about. So I picked it up. My girlfriend at the time screamed her tits off, and ran out the garage
Mm.
and wouldn't come anywhere near me. And I'm like, it's a carpet python, it's fine. Even if it bites, it's going to sting a little bit, but it's fine. And I walked it over to my back fence, and as gingerly as I could, I put it down on the other side of the fence, and that was fine. Because healthy respect for snakes. We had one red-bellied black snake that came inside. I didn't so much chase it out as I walked towards it, and it kind of slithered out the door. And I went good and closed the door. That was fine. But the one time I was working for O'Brien's Glass at the time, as in O'Brien's.
O'Brien. Yeah.
Working in their IT department. I go to walk out my garage, and I look down because there's a big step between my garage and my garage floor. And I look down, and underneath the front of my car was a snake. And I'm like, I wonder what kind of snake that is. And I kind of get up a bit closer to the car, lean down and have a look. It's a fucking king brown. I ain't fucking with that, right?
No.
So I do a 180 and walk my ass inside. We've got the snake catcher's number on the fridge. Now, he'll charge you if he has to come out and pick up a python or a red-bellied black snake or something like that. I think it's like $120, $130 he'll charge you. But if it's a king brown or an inland taipan or something like that, they don't charge you because they take them to the Australian Reptile Park and milk them, and they get money from that.
Yeah, instead. They make money from the anti-venom, yeah.
That's right. Same as if they catch a funnel web. So I've given the snake catcher a call. Later, dudes, I'm going to go play some games. Take it easy, Luigi.
Yeah.
I first of all, I call up O'Brien's. I get this lady from HR. And I'm like, so I'm going to be late today. She goes, how late are you going to be? I said, it depends on how long it takes the snake catcher to get here. She goes, snake catcher? I'm like, yeah, there's a king brown asleep underneath my fucking car. I ain't going anywhere near my car until the snake catcher gets this thing. And it was probably, honestly, 60 seconds to 70 seconds of pure silence, but it felt like, 12 hours.
Yes.
And, she's just kind of gone, okay, all right, we'll see you when you get here then. All right, bye. And the way that she was speaking, you could tell that she didn't believe me, right? You could tell that she thought that I was full of shit and coming up with a very unique excuse. But I've given the snake catcher a call. I'm like, it's definitely a king brown. It's underneath the front of my car. Can you come out and catch it? The guy goes, lucky for you, I'm only half an hour down the road, so I'll be there in 20 minutes. And I'm like, great. So sure enough, he rocks up. He has one look underneath the car. He goes, yep, that's a king brown. Yep, no, you're not going to get charged for this one. Goes back out to his van. He gets those long fucking pincher things,
Yeah.
And he pinches the snake and puts it in the bag and then twists the bag. And hey, it's Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
So
I just got home.
He quickly catches the snake, puts it in the bag, twists up the bag into the back of the van, and then he writes me out a receipt. I don't have to pay anything, of course, but he still gives me a receipt. I'm like, thanks for that. Put that in the car, jump in the car, drive straight out to work. I walk straight up to the lady in the HR department that obviously didn't believe me when I told her that there was a king brown asleep underneath my car, and handed her the receipt from the snake catcher. And she's taken one look at the receipt, one look at me, and gone, you fuck. Okay. It's the most unique excuse that I've ever gotten. That's amazing. Good on you for being late, as opposed to being dead. And I'm like, yeah, don't fuck with snakes in Australia. Just don't. Because, it turned out to be... the snake catcher reckoned that the snake was probably about 2 or 3 years old. And if it had bitten me, most likely would have killed me. So, yeah, no. Like I say, healthy respect for snakes. Leave them the fuck alone.
I walked into that story halfway.
About being late for work because I found a king brown that was asleep underneath my car, and I didn't want
Yeah.
to go anywhere near it.
Yeah,
'Cause-
that's fair.
Because I ain't stupid. No, it was started off like talking about like that video from a couple of years ago of that girl from America mucking around with the blue ring octopus, doing that
Oh,
with the blue ring octopus, and how she didn't fucking die.
yeah.
And like
Yeah.
how every Australian that watched that video went, "How the fuck are you still alive?"
It was pretty wild that they were skating right on the edge of being injected with one of the worst neurotoxins in the world, and somehow it didn't, and they were like, "God damn, okay."
Yeah, no, it's between that, the cone snail, or the stonefish. They say has the worst toxins, and of
Yeah.
course, it's the three fucking sea creatures that are
That they're
going to
gonna
fuck
tell
you
you.
up the worst. It's like, yeah, no, the snakes here can be really dangerous. We've got one of the most dangerous spiders on the face of the planet living here, but our most dangerous fucking part by far and away is the shit that lives on the surface of our fucking oceans in terms of stonefish, cone snails, and blue ring octopus. Like, yeah. There's a reason why this white boy doesn't go to the fucking beach.
That's fair. Particularly the further north you get, because on top of all that, you get the jellyfish, the box jellyfish. What's the Japanese one called? The I can't pronounce it, but basically jellyfish with freakishly long tendrils that will inject terrible amounts of neurotoxin into you if you touch them.
Or then you show them photos of fucking like proper saltwater crocs.
Yes.
And then people kind of go, wow, I didn't realize that things still grew that big.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, no, motherfuckers be that big. And we'll kill you.
Yeah. It was a fun thing having a holiday in Darwin. You could go on the jumping crocodile cruise where someone has done a thing in this double-decker like ferry type boat going up an estuary that's just infested with salties, and they have this very long thing like a fishing pole out the side with a bit of meat thing that attracts the crocs. And if it's one of the younger ones, which are a mere 2 meters from snout to tip of tail, it's fantastic to watch because they will actually come up out of the water with this twisting motion.
Yeah.
And they will literally come completely out of the... I don't know what muscles and physics are involved to let them do this, but they'll come right out and grab at the meat. Whereas the scary big fuckers who are 3, 4, 5, 6 meters long, they just launch out like a fucking dinosaur.
Like a
And
missile.
only about half of their body comes out of the water because
Yeah.
they're so fucking big.
Yep.
And they'll jump. And the tour guide was having a hoot. He's just giving a running commentary to everyone on the boat. It's just like, yeah, we do this and it's completely safe. And he's going, the boat won't tip over, but the warning sign, if the boat's in trouble, if you look towards the shore, if you see me standing there waving at you, you're all in terrible trouble. And
it'd be like going on one of those cage tours over in Africa where they put you into like a fucking 4-wheel drive with like a makeshift cage because the fucking leopards and the tigers and shit are going to jump
climb on top of it. Yeah.
I'm like, no, fuck off with that. Nope.
Yeah.
Just a whole world of nope.
Yeah. You'd always say fun things like the crocs are kind of slow over land unless it's mud. You as a human in that swampy mud can go about, I don't know, 10 meters in a minute, and the crocodile can cross that mud about 10 times faster than you. He's basically just making all these jokes about how you're going to die if the boat sinks, and just having a wild time. And then you also go about, if you get past the crocs, the concentration of
Hey-
snakes per square meter. Sorry, Abigail.
Just interrupt. I've got Will here
Yeah,
because he moved in today, and Shannon, you haven't seen him since he was quite young,
No,
correct?
are you going to
it's
get Will to come on and show
it's been
he's a
years,
man
yeah.
now?
Come and say hi, Will.
G'day.
Look at him, he's a man
Jesus.
now.
Dude.
How's it going?
How you
Will,
doing,
holy
Will?
shit, dude.
Yeah,
You're looking
You're
good
a
there,
I grew
man.
up,
dude.
didn't I?
I'm loving the beard coming in, man. You're looking good.
Yeah, thanks. Keeping my
Man.
face warm during winter.
So, do you remember, Will, when you came up to New South Wales with your mum? We
Yep.
took you out to Thai food, and you decided to eat a slice of the chili that was there, and kind of immediately
Yep.
regretted that. Yeah.
Yep.
Guess what I tried the other night?
Doing the same thing.
I did exactly the same thing.
How'd
Now
it
I
turn
understand it very badly, very, very badly. So now I completely understand the kind of pain that you went through with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not going to laugh at you with that anymore because that sucked.
Yes, it did. It definitely sucked. Yes.
So you're
Oh,
moving
hi.
back in with Abigail, are you, mate?
I am. Yes.
Okay, well, I will keep everything crossed that works out as best as both of you could hope for.
Fair enough. I think. Do you still have my hoodie?
I don't know.
You
I've
don't
looked
know.
everywhere.
It just didn't show up.
I have no idea where the fuck it ended up. I have a feeling that Dakota might have accidentally packed it. It's the only
Fair
thing
enough.
I can think of.
Fair
But she
enough.
swears up and down black and blue that she doesn't have it. The only hoodie that I could find, I sent a photo to your mom, and she said that that's not it. So,
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, that's all good.
sorry about that, bud.
No, it's all good. It's good seeing you.
You too, Will, man. You too. You take it easy, all right?
Yeah, you too.
All right.
See ya.
See ya. Okay, now I feel.
I could not.
Now I feel officially old.
How do you think I feel? I saw him when he was this big,
Yeah.
and now he's taller than I am.
Yeah.
Well, that
I-
ain't hard. I'm your height, for God's sakes, and I'm a short ass.
Well, I had a thing recently of our next generation. Mrs. Angry's lad is the youngest. He's a couple of years younger than my house. But he had a thing recently where from computer coding and gaming, his wrists were all fucked up and he had to wear these braces on his arms and he wasn't doing much. And so his facial hair grew, which I didn't even know he could do and grow facial hair. Because he was always blonde, but he's come in with a ginger beard. His
Why do
beard
you
was
think
really
he-
noticeably
why-
ginger.
Why would you think that's something he's incapable of doing?
Well, because he, I've known him since he was 3 years old, and so the fact that he's
Okay.
suddenly a young man who can grow a beard is off. Also,
enough.
I couldn't grow a beard till I was 27, and he's only 19. I'm not even joking. Like, I remember male friends of mine in late teens and 20s being super jealous because I basically didn't have to shave, and if they
Wow.
didn't shave, they get hair. It took me
I-
till about 27 till I could grow a beard.
It's like my mate in high school, Chi, at the age of 16, had a big, full, bushy beard and moustache.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
everybody at high school loved him because he never got ID'd. He could
Mm.
go down the road, buy beer,
Get a
buy
beer,
cigarettes,
yeah.
and never get carded. So
Well-
everybody at high school loved him.
Jesus Christ! I remember doing parents supervising a school sports day for my son when he was in primary school, and there was a fucking kid in his class in primary school who's like 12 who was 6 foot tall, and it was just like,
Yeah,
that's against the laws of God and nature.
I had a friend in primary school who was going through precocious puberty as well. He
Yeah.
could grow a beard. He was 6 foot. Actually, I had there was a kid. It wasn't precocious puberty. This one kid, he was just fuck off tall. But there was another kid who like he was going through actual puberty in like the middle of grade 6, and yeah, it was like full on,
Yeah.
That's
and could grow a
amazing.
beard, could like had pubic hair, the whole thing. Like
Yeah. Yeah. I
yeah,
don't know that this kid had like, facial hair or anything, but he was full on 6 foot and I'm only 5'8". And when I was saying to like my son, who's now 6 foot, which is ridiculous that he's that much taller than me, but he was a normal kind of primary school height. And I was going, what's with that? And he's going, oh yeah, no, we've seen his family, like all his brothers and his dad are 6'8", 6'10". They're a ridiculous family of giants. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, there was a girl that went to my school. Unfortunately, she was only there for 2 terms. I thought that she was fucking brilliant. She was 7'2".
Damn, that's fucking historical.
Yeah.
That sort
Yeah.
of thing.
She was the tallest woman. Oh, sorry. She actually, she was 1.5 centimeters, I think, too short to be in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the tallest girl of her age. There was some girl in fucking some other country that was like 1.5 or 2 centimeters taller than her. But no, when she walked into the school, like she had to duck to go like through fucking door jams and shit. I thought she was fucking amazing.
I think the word you're looking for is
huge.
iconic.
Iconic, yes.
I was, let's just say that I was a little more attracted to her than I should have been.
You're into the
I
whole
get it.
Amazon thing. I like it. Yeah.
No.
Death by Snoo Snoo. Yeah, I get it.
Death by Snoo Snoo. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't stand a fucking chance with her. I think I had one conversation with her, and I think I stammered the entire time. But no, she, every time I rocked up to school, I was always looking for her. And when I found out that her whole family had moved, like I was very sad. Because
that is pretty sad making.
Yeah, no, she was fucking gorgeous in my eyes. And here I am married to the only woman that I've ever dated that's shorter than me. I actually said that in my wedding speech. I said one of the only reasons that I agreed to marry you is that I finally found a woman shorter than me that was willing to do it. Every girlfriend that I had had previous to Eleanor was either taller than me or older than me. And Eleanor is both younger than me and shorter than me.
All right.
Fair enough.
I don't think all my partners have been either my height or shorter.
I've always had a thing for tall women. Men,
Fair
not
enough.
so much. I'm all about short kings with men, but tall women always been a thing for me. Always.
Yeah. You're into Death by Snoo Snoo. That's cool. Yeah.
Hey.
If you got to go, you got to go.
That's it. That's it. Anyway, I just wanted to come on, share the good news about the scan results.
Yeah, that is great.
Such
That's
good news.
Good stuff.
Yeah. No, really, really happy with that. The report is this here, and I won't read out the whole thing because it's full of medicalese, which most people wouldn't understand and probably get very bored with.
I am not most people.
Yeah. Oh God. I was relating your story about your surgery to someone the other day, Dr. But Shannon, keep going.
Which one?
Well,
I'll let Shannon finish and then I'll say what I was going to say.
Yeah, so the largest mass that they found before was 5.1 centimeters by 2.5 centimeters. That is on my is part of my liver. That has gone from 5.1 down to 2.9 2.5 down to 9 millimeters. So that's quite a significant reduction in one of the largest metastases that they found. And the rest of this talks about the other metastases. Most of the shrinkage is minimal, but it is shrinkage nonetheless.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Turns out all you needed to do was go into a swimming pool. Shrinkage?
Cold
Come
water
on.
shrinkage.
Cold water?
Okay, I hate that it took me so long to get that. Oh, I hate that it took me
George
so long to get that.
Costanza. Oh dear. Okay.
Oh goodness. Hey, it is 4.5 degrees outside. I just need to go and stand out there for a couple of seconds. But as always, great to see you guys. I am going to hop off.
Nemarie, melanin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop off. Oopsie. I'm gonna hop off, get some emails done, and head my fat ass to bed. My love to you
Alrighty.
both. You take it easy.
Thanks for dropping in,
Good
man.
night.
Good to see you.
Good night, guys.
And Dr. Abigail, the story I related was when you were getting that liver surgery and you looked up what it was. You go,
Gallbladder.
oh, it's this.
Oh,
So
yeah.
when the surgeon said, you know, tell
Oh.
me in your own words what it is, and you
Oh.
gave the technical term for it, and he was like, no, tell me in your own words. And you're like, well, those are my words. They came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
And I was just saying, like, when someone
I
on the
know, right?
spectrum tells you something, don't like just fucking tell them they're wrong.
Did I
It's just like,
fucking stutter? Like,
I know, yeah, that's pretty fun. Sorry, also, I don't know if you saw this, but we're talking about your son Will, and Micro's just randomly gone, Dr. Abigail Williams or Dr. William Abigail for a character in a story. Great character names, which I tend to agree. Those are very good character names.
yeah, not gonna lie, that's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I might do? I've survived till midnight. I actually
Oh,
just got a
You're eating the cherry.
I'm going to eat the cherry because I just got a text from Mrs. Angry saying she'd had trouble sleeping, and she's just suggesting that if I'm rounding out, you know, she might be up for me to go in and have snuggles rather than sleeping on my own tonight. So
Okay.
I don't want
I
to
don't
gross
need to
anyone
hear.
out with talk of
Yeah.
old people sex. Not going to have sex tonight, but you know. Old people
Well,
getting
snuggles
physical
are
pleasure from snuggling is going to traumatize some young
snuggles are good.
people. Young
Not
people
gonna
don't want to
argue
know
with
about
snuggles.
it. Mm. Oh my God, that
Mm.
cherry's so fucking tasty, by the way. Oh, Micro, you love snuggles. You've got to come out here. We'll give you snuggles.
Well,
I just
I'm
noticed your subtitle of Three Dykes in a Trench Coat. For some reason, I hadn't noticed it up till now.
it's been there for weeks.
I know it's been there the whole time you've been here.
Yeah.
I know, Micro. I mean, I'm extremely rude talking about leaving all my online friends for someone I love to make them happy. Super fucking rude.
I know. So
I
rude.
concede that's extremely rude. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, that was my son, Will,
I know.
and yeah,
He's looking good.
he exists and he is alive, and yeah, he is taller than me.
He's a tall young man. That's true.
Well, he's not terribly much taller than me, but
Well, he's taller than us. We're about the same height, so he's like,
yeah,
he's taller than us.
yeah.
Like I said, same deal for some
and there's a
absurd
kitten.
reason.
Oh, look what I found. Oh,
Well,
look
speaking
what
of
I found.
absurdly large, the kitten.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this big boy. Like, he keeps going.
I know he just keeps
Awesome.
going. He's a very big cat.
Yeah. Oh, look at that tummy. Oh. No, he didn't. He did not like that.
No, that was funny. That was very funny. He was totally fine till you did the thing with the tummy, and it was like, nope, 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 that's too much.
Yep. Yeah. Ah, dear. Well, I better let you go then.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, but I'm probably doing a Saturday night stream too. Not necessarily this late,
Okay.
but doing a Saturday
Fair
night
enough.
stream. So you'll
Okay.
take care, and I'll see you another time.